never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A brutal heat wave roasting much of the southern U.S. in Florida. Record heat is making things difficult for sea life.
When we get near 34, 35 degrees, then you start talking about coral bleaching down in the Keys.
Florida International University's Dr. Todd Kroll predicts fish will start dying and there will be more algae blooms in the Keys. This as the Southwest continues to roast in triple-digit extreme heat. Authorities in Vermont have confirmed the first fatality in the state related to this week's storms and flooding. The 63-year-old man died Wednesday after a drowning accident in his home. The U.S. House is set to vote on a series of amendments to the sweeping defense spending bill. Hardline Republican lawmakers are hoping to use floor amendments to tank Pentagon policies on diversity, climate change, and transgender-related medical services. Senate Democrats are pushing the Justice Department to protect the right of Americans to travel between states for abortions.
They said they're alarmed by efforts in some states to target abortion providers offering care to out-of-state patients. The group requested a briefing later this month from the Justice Department's Reproductive Health Task Force, which was created following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Pittsburgh Tree of Life synagogue shooter is eligible for the death penalty. Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh President Jeff Finkelstein calls the jury's decision a just decision.
The Federation does not have a position on the death penalty, but this was an act of anti-Semitism, and the defendant deserves to answer for his crime.
A grand jury decided Robert Bowers can be sentenced to death. After deliberations, Bowers was convicted last month of killing 11 people in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history in 2018. The Secret Service is closing its investigation into the discovery of cocaine at the White House. They failed to identify a suspect. This is USA News.
Hey, this is Brant along with Sherry here. And so you hear me doing these spots for MediShare, and Sherry actually helps me with them. I get people actually in person saying, okay, Brant, for real, do you recommend this? Like, yeah, for real, I actually do. I'm not just saying stuff. So family, friends ask me about it. I'm like, yes, you should look into this. It's really a great option for a lot of people.
That's what I tell people my experience has been. MediShare has been fantastic for me.
Yeah.
It's so different from health insurance in a lot of great ways, honestly.
Yeah, and see, a lot of people who've switched tell me that. It's the same reaction. They're very, very happy with it, and it gives them peace of mind and saves them a lot of money.
I would tell people, look into it.
Yep. So really, for reals, if you want to talk to them, they're great to talk to. I think you'll be impressed and happy you looked into it. So you do the phone number. I'm actually tired of doing all the phone numbers.
Okay.
Call now.
855-BIBLE-11. That's 855-BIBLE-11. 855-BIBLE-11.
Nice job.
Thanks.
The Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists held a news conference Thursday at its Los Angeles headquarters to announce the union has approved a strike against the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. SAG-AFTRA lead negotiator Duncan Crabtree Ireland says strike begins tonight.
We're not going to take this anymore. You people are crazy. What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
The union wants compensation models restructured to accommodate emerging technology. There's still no sign of escaped prisoner Michael Burham after a week-long hunt for the dangerous fugitive. George Bivens with the Pennsylvania State Police said they're counting on Burham to get tired and sloppy.
If not sloppy, worn out. Part of our strategy is to push him hard, and we are pushing him hard. Anyone who's pushed hard tends to make mistakes.
Officials say the homicide suspect, who is said to have survivalist skills, busted out of a Pennsylvania jail through the roof overnight last Thursday. A Southern California city will pay the guardian of a child $300,000 after the 7-year-old was burned by a cup of noodle soup.
The lawsuit filed last year cited negligence at a day camp run by the city. The child bought a cup of noodles and was handed the styrofoam cup filled with boiling water. The cup should be filled with hot water and the noodles allowed to soften. Instead, the staff allegedly filled the cup with water and microwaved the entire thing. The cup spilled on the child, causing severe burns and scarring. I'm Dina Kodiak.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Ew. Gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, yes indeed. Well, let's get it started. So looky there. Here comes a Friday. What's on tap for your weekend? You know, a lot of folks going to be headed out to the ballpark, right? Major League Baseball after the All-Star break. Back into action later today, Friday. Of course, big series in the National League Central between those Cincinnati Reds and Milwaukee Brewers, who are topping the division, number 1 and 2, to kick off the second half of the season. This time around, they will actually be in Cincinnati. I know my son posted a few hours ago. At the last minute, anybody selling some tickets to the Reds this weekend? Obviously, with the hype in this town, sold out. I think he was looking online, and the cheapest ticket he could find was like $125. Are you kidding me? All right. Meanwhile, the Eldora Million. Wheelchair Dave was asking about that. I was just doing a little search here, Dave, and I mean, it appears, according to the live updates, it's ongoing. That's not concluded yet. Of course, I did not update or renew my Flow Racing subscription, so I can't watch live. But yeah, I saw that he did just share that I guess there was a nasty crash there at was that one of the first heat races? Or I believe that was the case. But yeah, somebody going to be $1 million richer here, probably in short order. I know there's a lot of dirt tracks around the country where they have to conclude their racing on any given night, like at 11 o'clock with noise ordinances, things like that. Eldora Speedway is kind of like out in the middle of nowhere. I don't think they have any ordinances or anything of that nature that have to conclude racing. So when I get the official word, or if you find it first there, Dave, feel free to throw it my way. One thing we know for sure is it's going to be a hot summer weekend. I mean, it's that time of year, the heart of summertime. You expect some of the hottest temperatures of the year. And indeed, we're going to be talking potentially some records in the South Central states, in the Southwest again this weekend. Heck, Debbie, all the way up there in Montana and southern Montana, she says their forecasts they're talking between 90 and 100 there all weekend. Now, so that's not the Southwest. That's a little further. I didn't realize those 90 to near 100 are going to be that far to the north. Give you more on that coming up here. It was right about this time 24 hours ago as we were getting things started. We were touching on Chicago, who had a rough evening there Wednesday night. Well, when the sun came up Thursday morning, began to actually get a closer look at the devastation. Their National Weather Service said it was actually a tornado swarm, is the way they described it. Yeah, multiple tornadoes that tore across the Chicago metro area there Wednesday evening. Hundreds of passengers at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport seeking shelter. Of course, a lot of damage to homes and businesses. It was just before 6:30 Central Time there Wednesday night, 7:30 Eastern. The Weather Service office in Chicago confirmed a large, extremely dangerous tornado had touched down in Summit, Illinois, was moving toward Chicago. Now, Summit is about just 10 miles southwest of downtown Chicago. It was about 30 minutes later, the National Weather Service confirmed a tornado had touched down right there near Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. They warned the tornado was intermittently touching the ground and rising, so up and down. And as the tornado neared O'Hare International, hundreds of passengers, pilots, flight attendants, airport staff, all having to crowd into the lowest level of the airport seeking shelter, which ultimately led to at least 172 flight cancellations. More than 550 departing and arriving flights were delayed from O'Hare there on Wednesday. Some video coming out shared via social media showed just how close this tornado came to the airport there Wednesday evening. The large spiraling vortex you could see spinning in the distance, with planes in the foreground waiting at the gates of the airport. Director of Communications at O'Hare and Midway, Kevin Bergens, tells the local WGN out of Chicago, no damage from the tornado at either airport, but for those who lived in the downtown Chicago area, kind of a frightening scenario. What do? The tornado sirens are blaring, and a lot of people live in these high-rise apartment buildings. One of the residents says, I'm in a 60-story apartment building. What are my options? They're kind of limited here. I guess we assume you go into the core of the building. Elgin County, about 34 miles northwest of Chicago. At least 30 homes sustained some significant damage from the tornadoes there Wednesday evening. Among the additional storm reports, damage reported at several barns and roofs, multiple trees, power lines reported down. The Storm Prediction Center said a warehouse near O'Hare International also sustained damage there. Drone video from Chicago and Midwest storm chasers showed the trail of destruction left behind in Countryside, Illinois. That's a town about 15 miles southwest of Chicago. Homes missing roofs, several trees knocked down as of Thursday afternoon, as the Weather Service survey teams from Chicago were out surveying the damage, confirming at least 3 tornadoes touched down across northeast Illinois there Wednesday evening. Now, there had been warned tornadoes for, I believe, 8 different locations during that cluster of tornadoes. Meanwhile, hey, welcome aboard, by the way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we find ourselves in our secret bunker in southwest Ohio. Another very comfortable night, partly cloudy skies, just very, very calm outside the secret bunker. So much for all the stormy weather. I thought my flowers and the lawn was going to get a bit of a drink this past day. Our forecast had called for showers and thunderstorms scattered through much of the day. Ultimately, I think we got a sprinkle about 5 o'clock in the morning, and all the storms that had developed back to the west. We've seen this before, though, many times. Everything kind of splits up. Cluster goes north, cluster goes south, pushing through Kentucky, pushing through central Ohio, and on off to the east. The line is pushed through, and we didn't get squat. But we do see the showers and thunderstorms along that line that have now pushing into southern portions of West Virginia, central and eastern Virginia. Rain from Roanoke to Richmond, just south of Washington, D.C. Then you get a break in the action until you get just to the north of New York City. Northeastern Pennsylvania, some showers, thunderstorms from just east of Scranton up toward Boston, Concord. In New Hampshire there's another cluster of thunderstorms right there in central portions of Pennsylvania. Say just north of, say, State College, then kind of swings around toward St. Mary's. Yeah, it looks like that's dropping some pretty torrential rains, but yeah, we know in the coming days in the Northeast, after the flooding, the torrential, deadly flooding that occurred over the past weekend, they've been warning for several days as we head into the weekend here. Multiple rounds, at least 3 rounds of downpours and thunderstorms will be progressing from the central Appalachians to the mid-Atlantic coast and New England once again. first swings through the region into the day today, Friday. Primary focused on localized flooding, shifting from parts of the Ohio Valley and the eastern Great Lakes. That's the line we were just describing. Friday, the potential for storms packing heavy rain, flash flooding will extend from New England down the I-95 corridor of the Mid-Atlantic region. Second round advances across the area Saturday into Sunday. That second round of heavy rain and thunderstorms could result in flooding problems, areas that were largely missed by the system last Sunday into Monday. This time around, it looks like possibility that Philadelphia to New York City and maybe Boston could be hit by flash flooding this weekend. Now, when such extreme rainfall rates occur in urban areas, flash flooding and rapidly rising water can quickly escalate into a life-threatening situation in a matter of minutes, as those urban environments have much more asphalt in paved areas, impervious surfaces, the sidewalks, the streets, and that all promotes more rapid runoff. At this point, it appears the greatest risk for flooding around New York City will be late Saturday night to Sunday and around Boston during the day and evening on Sunday. Torrential rain may be a bit more spotty further to the southwest, but cities from D.C. to Philadelphia along I-95 could be hit with some of the most significant rain of the entire weather pattern coming up here during the weekend. So much for a lot of the maybe outdoor activities. Yeah, not sure about, have to check the schedule there. Baseball, do they have action? Are they playing in Washington, New York, Boston? Surely there's going to be games. Again, we kick off the second half of the season after the All-Star break. We'll get to some of our friends checking in here out of the box as we roll into the 14th day of July, mid-July already. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, hello to Philly Dan. Dan, you may have some rain coming your way this weekend, right? Dan says TGIF. Everybody have a great weekend. You already mentioned Debbie there in Montana. Going to be a hot one. Travel safe. God bless the drivers out there. Cap and Ron, check it in. Hey, one day closer to our favorite day of the week. Semper Fi. Hey, Gilligan, good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. We actually have some rain. It's a rainy 71 degrees, Troutville, Virginia. Been seeing a lot of lightning as I'm coming down 81 since I left Winchester. Happy Friday to a lot of folks out there. I'm still stuck on Thursday. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Shorty. We head down to I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line. 73 degrees. Hey, you see the video I sent you with the farm equipment about to run over little mama and me. Did you send if you sent that on Messenger, I'll have to see if I can pull that up. I had not seen that yet. I will check it out. Hello to James, who says, and just like that, the cocaine investigation is over. No suspects regarding what was found at the White House. Well, we called that one, didn't we? How's that work out? Yeah, at some point, maybe Pappy could chime in. What are the odds? There was no fingerprint. There was no DNA on the baggie. There's nothing. Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania speaking out after that briefing this past morning. He said, although I support the Secret Service, I can't help but question whether security at the White House is sound after they could not find who left that bag of cocaine at the executive mansion. Again, the official word from the Secret Service Thursday. No fingerprints, no DNA found on the cocaine. Even with the sophisticated FBI crime lab analysis and all the surveillance footage of the area, couldn't identify a suspect. Now, Perry said, I don't know who brought it in there. I've been to the White House now many times, but the protocols apparently aren't working. I'm a firm believer, big supporter of the Secret Service and law enforcement in general, but obviously, I believe criticism is due here. Perry said the White House is fortunate the baggie contained just cocaine and not another lethal powder, say anthrax or fentanyl, each of which can be deadly if their particles are inhaled. Yeah, so we're essentially blessed it was just cocaine, but it could have been something so much worse. We don't want the president or any individuals working in the White House or anywhere else for that matter targeted and using some kind of substance to diminish their health and their capacity. So that's the question pretty much everyone had been asking. Yeah, we did learn something else in that little briefing, though, from the Secret Service this past morning, and that is the fact that they actually confirmed, hey, marijuana's been found in the White House several times over the past year. No big deal. That's not even worth reporting. Yeah, we'll give you the rest of that story coming up here. But meanwhile, 5-7, copy the mail. What's happening out there? There's Steve from Ottawa, one of our Canadian friends. Hello, Steve and listeners. Enjoy your weekend and be thankful. There you go. There's Pappy, 73 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Got the water purification put together that came in the mail. Holds 2 gallons. One filter will filter up to 200 gallons. Got 4 extra filters. Practice as I preach. Just saying. Secret Service, a big no-go. So that tells us the rest of the story. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's Friday, TGIF. 16 hours, and I'll be back in the saddle. Are you with me? Are you with me? All right, good to have you with us, Pappy. You're pretty much correct. You've been predicting that if they say we can't find anything, there's no fingerprints, there's no DNA, that pretty much tells the tale. Cover up, cover up. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Have a safe weekend. There's Miss Millie on board this morning. Good to have you. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. Be safe. I'm home tonight since the birth of my great-granddaughter. My family's had its problems. Wife broke shoulder 3 weeks ago. Still hasn't had surgery due to low sodium. Put her in the hospital today. Little brother had problems with sugar. Daughter in the hospital, had a seizure for the first time, which caused heart attack. They had to paddle her twice. She's still in the hospital, but doing well. Wow, you got your hands full. So, doing well. Time will tell me. Haven't been to sleep since last night, about 28 hours ago. So, I mean, all that happening in a day's time, that's crazy. Man, Larry. Well, prayers for Larry and his family. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, Bull Holler. Morning, Steve, 75 degrees. Fremont, Nebraska tonight. As is usual, Steve, I have my powerful chrome-plated cow truck headed that way at an unusually high rate of speed. Anyone notice all the fear-mongering being reported via the Weather Channel? You know, I was raised to understand that summertime means it's hot outside. So what's changed? Anyway, special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from America's Heartland. Speaking of which, we'll check in with the Carolina Monkey Gouger coming up right out of the break. Old Captain Ron is on board, one day closer to the greatest day of the week, and room for you at 844-3388.
USA News Update. Wall Street closed Thursday with stocks higher. It comes after last month's Producer Price Index came in below expectations. The PPI rose by 0.1% against projections of 2%. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 47 points. Mayor Eric Adams is blaming media after a new poll reveals New Yorkers are increasingly worried about crime.
Speaking on Fox 5 New York, the mayor said the media plays with New Yorkers' psyches.
You travel with an armed army in a chauffeur-driven car. Go ride the train, then tell me, without your bodyguards.
The mayor's just, I don't want to say delusional, but I think he's just putting a political spin on it.
One anchor said the media reports on things that actually happen. The poll also revealed 87% of respondents feel crime is a very or somewhat serious problem in New York City and across the state. I'm Natalie Migliori, NBC News Radio, New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever noticed that when the afternoon light hits your floors, you can see everything, including dust?
So much dust.
And that poor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors, with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day.
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, I trust you've had a decent week, right? Good week. Friday coming on. Hello to Rob. Good morning, 71 here at the world's most beautiful TA truck stop, Wilmington, Connecticut. It's off to Bloomfield, Connecticut. Grab a load of water for Lewiston, Maine. Then I'll grab a load to go feed the people of New England. Have a great day. All right. Good morning to Miss Millie. She says, morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Have a great day. Be safe. Be blessed. And I'm sure my eyes will be closing soon. All right, get some good rest there, right? Bidu checking in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. All right, see what's going on with the Carolina Monkey Gouger. What's on tap for the weekend?
Oh, Steve, Mother Nature is not playing well tonight. Out here outside of Plainview, Texas, it is coming one hellacious storm.
Really?
It's been going on all afternoon. I was coming out of Dallas, and I see these thunderheads building up yonder north of me, and I called the weatherman. I said, hey, Grump, turn the weather radar on. He said, I got it on. He said, I got bad news for you. You're going to have a hell of a ride. From Wichita Falls, Texas, to right here, I mean, it had just been one thunderstorm, rain, wind. I mean, it's just been, I had to pull over a while ago. Truck was rocking up and everything. I got in this little old pull-off here, and lightning done hit right here inside the truck 3 or 4 times. I mean, it is putting on a show, buddy.
So where are you now?
It ain't. I'm about 19 miles south of Plainview, Texas.
Oh, Plainview. Okay, yeah, from Plainview up to east of. That is one heck of a complex there. You are correct.
I mean, buddy, and I tell you what, I've seen the wind blow, but I've never seen it blow like this. I mean, it's rocking this truck so bad. I know it's got up in the air once or twice, and I'm sitting still. And it's been like this all afternoon. So, batten down the hatches, boys. You out here around the Panhandle of Texas, Mother Nature is delivering a blow for sure.
Putting on a decent show. I mean, there's a lot of storms. Oklahoma City getting hit pretty hard, too.
And I think that's the storm that it come out the west and went straight across the top of Wichita Falls, Texas, just north of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there was water running into ditches and everything else. And I said, doggone, I don't like traveling at night out here when you can't see what's going on. And so I found a place to pull over, and I said, I'm going to let this thing moving pretty fast. So I'm just going to pull over and been sitting here an hour, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. But, hey, did you see that big truck wreck that happened over in Illinois on Interstate 70 yesterday?
Well, we heard straight from the horse's mouth, who was damn near in it from the Grump last night, and so he was telling us about it. Then I had not seen anything in the news yet, but I guess it hit all the media outlets this past day, and the carnage that was left behind. 5 semis burned in total.
Did you see the pictures that Grump had?
Yes, I did.
Well, we were talking to him. There was a bunch of us. We was on there giving one another grief, and he said, "Oh man, another traffic jam." And about that time, we heard him start hollering, and phone went off. And what the hell done happened up there? And we started getting these pictures. I mean, he wasn't 100 foot maybe from where that big fireball happened.
Correct, and that's one of the photos he sent was the fireball right as it erupted right behind him.
Right behind him. And he said those trucks kept piling in there. I mean, I tell you, you're talking about unattentive driving. Now, that was a clear-cut case of it right there. I just couldn't believe what I was looking at in those pictures. And we never did get back a hold of him last night. He said his telephone went dead, and we was all worried about him and everything. And this morning I called him about 9 o'clock, and I said, well, damn, you're alive. How about that? He said, don't start on me today.
Yeah, so I guess it was maybe the second hour that I don't know if it was the first or second hour when he called in to tell us how it all unfolded there.
I tell you, it was bad. But, Steve, I tell you, the heat out here in Texas has been unbearable. I mean, I had to spend a night down there right outside of Dallas at a truck stop, and boy, oh boy, I mean, it was just, like at 3 o'clock this morning, I woke up and stepped outside, and I had to check my unit real fast, and it was, it was like 90 degrees on that parking lot at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
And maybe this will cool off a little bit, but other than that, that's about all I got tonight. I mean, I didn't figure they was gonna fest up to Hunter leaving his cocaine up there at the drop-in place up there. So here we go. Another. Ain't nothing here. Move on.
Yep,
Ain't
nothing
here,
to see. Nothing to see.
Nothing to see. So, buddy, we'll call you back later on tonight after I get out this mess.
All right. And looking at the radar, looks like, if you're there, like where you said, what do you say, Plainview? Some of the worst should be moving out in fairly short order. But yeah, the last hour or so, it's really been coming through. Put the radar in motion here. It should begin winding down in fairly short order. So maybe you'll get a chance to get some rest. The truck will stop rocking, right? Meanwhile, 844-3388. Get some of the industry headlines coming up here. Wheelchair Dave sent me a message here a few moments ago. He said that they're down to 10 laps to go in the Eldora Million. Doesn't take long to knock out 10 laps, so I guess we'll know in fairly short order who's $1 million richer. Meanwhile, there it is, Captain Ron. Oh, one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
One day closer to that greatest day of the week.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't renew your slow racing?
I did not, no.
I'd like to see a lot of their content, but I just can't see paying $150 a year for it. That seems way high.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me. But Yeah, somebody's going to be $1 million richer. I saw where Larson was in the lineup, though. I didn't think he was going to be there.
Yeah, he was, and apparently he was involved in a big pileup in the Eldora Million. I guess that was early on, and I haven't seen the full story yet. But yeah, he and a number of other. He was one that flipped.
Oh, okay. I watched that series that they had on them sprint car drivers. That Dirt was the name of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any of that? That was a pretty good series. The SRX series started up tonight. It was on ESPN.
Uh-huh.
That was their first race tonight. Denny Hamlin won that, weather shortened. That was his debut in the series, and I think he's the third one to win it in their series debut. But did you see where they released that Charles Manson, one of their members?
Yeah, the follower. I mean, the older woman. Yeah, I can't remember her name.
Yeah, Leslie Van Houten. She's been in prison for 53 years. I heard an interview that she was with Larry King where she stabbed that woman 16 times. And with that guy named Tex. I didn't look into him very much, but she was denied parole over 20 times, and it was reversed the last 5 times. And the court overturned this last reversal, and the governor wasn't going to fight it. So, yeah, they let her out. She was serving a life sentence, and now she's out in California.
Sure enough.
Figure. So, didn't they identify everybody for the January 6th deal? You know what I mean? And they couldn't find who got into the White House with cocaine?
Right? Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah. I just, that's got to, they must be getting tired of all this covering up they're doing. Don't you think?
Yep.
Well, that's about all I got for the night. Thanks for taking my call, and
all right.
we'll talk to you next time.
All right. Maybe on that greatest day of the week, right? Hello to the 15 car checking in. He said Logan Schuchart, is that the way you pronounce his name? Schuchart, wins the $1 million at Eldora. Led every lap. Okay, how about that? I was able to pull up it was on the restart, the lap 20 restart of the Eldora Million. Can't recall who it was that spun on the restart, but ultimately there were 5 vehicles, massive pile up there. And Kyle Larson was one of them that ended up flipping. But that was quite the mess there in the lap 20 restart. So here we are, almost 12:45 in the morning on a Friday morning. We have a winner in the Eldora Million. How about that? And they've got 2 more big nights, Friday night, Saturday night, still 2 more big nights of racing there. Yeah, not quite the $1 million, but a lot of money yet to be made there in Eldora. The big crowds will be sticking around. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Wheelchair Dave, I got your email after the fact. I'm sorry we had already hung up with Monkey Gouger, but he did say he'd check in a bit later when things calm down there, and I'll ask him about that then. He wanted me to ask him about the Waffle House in South Carolina, where workers went on strike last weekend, protesting poor, unsafe working conditions, as well as low pay. Columbia, South Carolina, where they say employees describe dangerous, threatening working conditions at that location. I mean, we're talking about a Waffle House in a city with one of the highest crime rates in America. Employees experience customers throwing cups of salt and sugar on them. Yeah, one customer described a belligerent customer brandishing a knife on her. I guess that's one of the waitresses. Put some respect on my check. That was the chant striking employees were shouting over the weekend, last weekend. One employee describing a policy of meal deductions, where allegedly meals are deducted from their check no matter what shift an employee works, or if they even take a meal during the shift. Out of 6 shifts I work, I might only eat 2 meals, but they're taking money out of my check regardless, said one employee. Now, Waffle House declined to address the issues that those employees were protesting directly. They simply say, Waffle House is proud of its long record of effectively addressing any concerns our associates report to us. We intend to do that directly with our associates. Of course, Waffle House, not the only restaurant that chose to strike and or unionize over working conditions. Starbucks, with more than 300 locations unionized now, has garnered plenty of media attention over their clashes with unionized stores and employees over the past 18 months. Although no restaurant chain has come close to unionizing en masse like Starbucks, individual stores like Ben & Jerry's and Waffle House are following in those footsteps, demanding better working conditions, fairer scheduling, and higher pay. I guess this location in Columbia, South Carolina, is one of those that just joined the newly formed Union of Southern Service Workers, as they call it. All right. Scarecrow, haven't heard from you in a few days. What's been going on?
Well, Steve, I've been riding along with you all week, but, you know, the early portions of your shows, you've had some pretty good calls going there, and I haven't wanted to interrupt any of that with my trivialness and whatnot. But this being Friday, that's a whole new ballgame.
It's Casual Friday, yeah.
There we are. You know, Gouger talking about that parking lot he stepped out on. There's a clip on the evening news last night, wherever it was. It said 168 degrees on that blacktop, what they were reading. And, you know, it's just a big heat sink there. it could probably drop to 60 degrees overnight, and that heat's just going to keep radiating up.
Correct.
Off the surface, So, oh yeah, that's living, ain't it? Well, I'm no race car driver, and I'm not going to claim $1 million, but we got quite the payoff coming later here, Steve. In the day, I have the habit of, I only buy lottery tickets on Fridays. On the way home, I stop and gas the four-wheeler up and chip in, and I have the habit of throwing the tickets on the dresser somewhere, and they kind of gather up, pile up, until the bride suggests that I do something with that mess. Well,
yeah,
that can sometimes go 6 months or so, and to the point where some of them have expired, where you can't claim on them. But so last night, yesterday afternoon, I sat down and went through the mess, and there's maybe a $150, $180 investment there between the Powerball and Mega Millions. Steve, she's gonna pay me off $8 on the way home tomorrow.
Whoa!
I thought, oh yeah, that retirement fund of mine is just a sparkling these days. You're referencing last night how tough it is to get even a number. Oh, I think that's universal for most everyone. But so either way, I did make a point to at least put those winning tickets in my pocket. And, in fact, I'm patting them right now for good luck. Steve, okay, it's been a little over a week now since that ship caught fire with all those cars and containers and such. I haven't heard anything the last few days. Did they finally get it put out?
I hadn't really seen an update on that as well. I'll have to do some checking.
Yeah, you do that. It's curious. It's bothered me a little bit, and this has happened to stories in the past. The initial broadcast, there will be little information let out, and you never hear it again. Now, it was Thursday, I believe, when it was first made known, that fire. And whoever the spokesman was, he said, well, we are not trained in this kind of fire. I have never heard that repeat or seen that clip since. It was only that one time that I ever heard that. So maybe he slip of the lip, so to speak. But either way, yeah, it's like a story that's gone away with like so many others who are not these days.
Well, I do see the headline from ABC News on the 11th said the massive fire aboard the cargo ship was finally extinguished after burning for it burned for 6 days. So I guess it was out as of this past Tuesday morning.
Okay. Yeah, they said it could probably burn for a week, so I guess they were
pretty close.
They're pretty accurate on that one. Oh, let's see. I mentioned last weekend we went for a scooter ride. On the way home Saturday evening, stopped at a little backwoods country watering hole for a sandwich, and they had evening music scheduled. Out of the blue, here comes the evil stepsister and her husband. Just, that was, if you want to know how cold a room can get in a hurry, to say the least, I tried to be cordial. Her husband and I, we don't have any ill will towards each other, but and I did acknowledge her presence. Now, she did go out of her way not to make eye contact with my bride, but I so wanted to mention to her that I have an acquaintance by the name of Rambler that would like to have a word or two with her, but I held that back too. I did get thinking about it here though. Looking at my contacts in my phone book here, I have two pastors' phone numbers and whatnot. I guess just coincidental. My parents, they were custodians for 20 years at our church, so So there's a half dozen different pastors that became, a good acquaintance of ours and such. But anyway, moving on here. You mentioned Waffle House. That brought to mind last night before. Once in a while when we're lost for what to prep for the supper time meal, we'll do a breakfast meal. And so I whipped up some pancakes, and it's kind of universally known that 7-Up is one of them secret ingredients to make them fluffy and whatnot. Well,
I've never heard that 7-Up to make fluffy eggs, really? Hey, we got to pause there. It's Friday morning, right? News break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville's military promotion blocking protest of Defense Department abortion policies has come to a meeting reported Thursday between Tuberville and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. The Pentagon confirmed the two spoke briefly and have plans for more discussions next week. Austin is said to have explained the increasing concern within the DoD about military readiness. The Tree of Life synagogue shooter will be eligible for the death penalty, according to a Pennsylvania jury decision announced Thursday. Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh President Jeff Finkelstein says the next phase of the trial will have the families of the victims speak to what happened.
They are eager to be able to share their feelings.
Robert Bowers allegedly told investigators after being arrested that he wanted to murder Jewish people. He's responsible for the deadliest anti-Semitic mass killing in U.S. history. The Secret Service says it was unable to identify a suspect in its investigation into cocaine found at the White House.
The agency said it was unable to single out a person of interest from the hundreds of individuals who passed through where the cocaine was discovered. Testing failed to reveal sufficient DNA, and surveillance camera footage was reviewed but produced no leads. I'm Dave Collins.
A season of organized labor action continues in the U.S. now with the Screen Actors Guild and American Federation of TV and Radio Artists set to join Hollywood writers on the picket lines.
What's happening to us is happening across all fields of labor.
A deal was not done with Hollywood studio producers, and so the strike begins tonight. Among other concessions, SAG-AFTRA wants protections against the unauthorized use of actor likenesses and voices by artificial intelligence. This is USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at transparentlabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from transparentlabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at transparentlabs.com.
The company OpenAI is being investigated for potentially violating consumer protection laws. The Federal Trade Commission's looking at records from the ChatGPT maker about how it handles personal data and the potential to give inaccurate information to users. The FTC also wants to know about any complaints OpenAI has received from the public. The manhunt continues for a dangerous prison escapee in Pennsylvania. Convicted murderer Michael Burham has been on the lam for a week now, evading authorities in the wilderness. State Patrol Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens said they're cautious about the information they share because they don't want Burham to know.
In the event he is able to access any information, I really don't want him to know what we have or have not located.
Investigators now believe he got help from someone during his getaway. The CEO of cryptocurrency platform Celsius Networks is being charged with defrauding customers. An indictment unsealed this week charges Alexander Mashinsky with misleading customers about the business. The CEO's attorney said his client denies those allegations. The latest installment of Mission Impossible is already lighting up the box office. Paramount reported Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 brought in $15.5 million on its opening day Wednesday. Last month was the hottest June ever recorded by man on Earth. That's according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Thursday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back on a Friday. Shorty, I got the link to your video there. Wow. Talk about a close call. He says, so my wife did an awesome job keeping us from getting killed Monday. I was in the bunk getting ready for bed when she had to slam on the brakes to keep from hitting the farm equipment that was coming into our lane. That caused me to come flying out of the bunk, and my head was against the windshield. I'm a little scuffed up, but I'm okay. Now, I've been driving since 1988. and you never know if it's your last ride or not. But he did say, awesome driving to my super truck and wife. Of course, they have the dash cam video. So it's a big farm implement. Yeah, she's in the hammer lane. The farm implement's in the right lane. They're going to be passing. And it's coming, it's all of a sudden, it's just drifting right into their lane. Got about, looks like halfway into their lane before they started to take it back. Yeah, I don't know. I guess she hit the horn, but she had to go hit the rumble strips. And there wasn't a whole lot extra after the rumble strips. Damn near ran them off the road. Wow. Well, I'm glad everybody's okay there. That's scary. All right. Meanwhile, talking about, the heat is on. We've been talking about it for days. So from now on into next week, there's a big northward bulge in the jet stream that it's going to be about as extreme as it can be over the interior Southwest. Now, since this region is typically the hottest zone in the country during the summer, it can get dangerously hot in the coming days. The extreme heat and the blazing sunshine can cause most individuals to become rapidly dehydrated. According to experts, people are urged to avoid strenuous activity during the daylight hours, increase your intake of fluids, try to find an air-conditioned environment when possible. I mean, it can feel the real field temperature, the heat index, which we called it for many years, can be more than a dozen degrees above the actual air temperature in some places. So starting today, Friday, projected highs will come within a few degrees of daily records in many cities in Arizona, southern Nevada, and interior southern California. Fresno could challenge their record high for any date come Sunday this weekend. The all-time record for Fresno was 115, set way back in 1905. Now they expect Fresno to have highs of 105 or higher each day from now through the middle of next week. That is the local threshold that defines heat wave. Downtown LA, temperatures forecast to peak near 90 this weekend. That could extend into next week as well. If the City of Angels, in that city, a heat wave is 3 or more days of a high temperature of 90 or greater. Of course, about 250 miles to the northeast of LA is indeed one of the hottest places on the planet. Temperatures forecast to climb into the upper 120s. It could hit 130 in Death Valley, California. Now, the world record air temperature of 134 was officially set in Death Valley back in July of 1913 at the Furnace Creek Observation Site. The valley floor sits nearly 300 feet below sea level. Now, they say that record has been disputed by some meteorologists. The highest temperature in Death Valley since then, in 1913, that's been approved by the World Meteorological Organization, was 129, set back in 2013. The station also preliminarily reached 130 August the 16th of 2020 and July of 2021. Meanwhile, Phoenix, aptly known as the Valley of the Sun, has been in a lengthy stretch of days with highs of at least 110. As of Wednesday this week, Phoenix had experienced 13 days in a row with temperatures ranging from 110 to 116. So while the heat builds into the weekend and persists into early next week, Phoenix could actually flirt with 120 degrees. Temperatures have only reached or exceeded that threshold 3 times since they started keeping records back in 1896. The 3 120-degree readings all occurred in the 90s. All-time high was 122 back in late June of 1990. It's going to be a hot one in Las Vegas this weekend as well. But yeah, it's summertime. All right, welcome back, Scarecrow.
Well, okay, we're whipping up that mean batch of pancakes there, Steve.
7 Up.
You've never heard of the 7 Up scenario, huh?
I have not.
We caught up with this, it's probably 25, 30 years back. One of our local JC groups, they have regular pancake breakfasts. And I'm looking into the kitchen. I see him tipping up a 2-liter jug of 7-Up into the batter. And what the world? And I put 2 and 2 together pretty quick. And since, you can do a search and find what's going on there. But, the carbonation that gets into the batter, and once it heats up, it makes for a lot fluffier, pancake and whatnot. I'm guessing some of these pancake houses and whatnot, I know our country kitchens used to have fantastic pancakes, and I'll bet that's what their secret was. Or regardless, I was on that track last night, but the 7-Up happened to be out in our porch area, and the hallway that accessed that happened to have a pretty large pool of fluid that our foster pooch had decided to deposit there instead of heading for the back door. Well, my bride was on hands and knees, and I didn't want to have to even ask her to move. So, but coincidentally, Steve, there was a can of an adult beverage sitting on the kitchen counter, and I'm looking at the batter, and I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking, well, there's lots of carbon dioxide in this beverage also. So what the heck? I gave it a shot, and like so many times, 2 is better than 1, right? So I gave it another dose, and it probably didn't amount to more than a good-sized shot glass, of beer that went in there.
Yeah.
And you'd never know it was beer, given I always add little cinnamon or nutmeg or whatnot to the batter. But Steve, I have never seen pancakes with as many bubbles rising to the top of the skillet as I had with that batch of batter. So now they were fine. So now I wanna get back to making another batch and experiment with the adult beverage there.
Beer battered pancakes. Did it alter the taste at all?
No, not for a minute. By the time you add all the other toppings and whatnot.
Sure. Yeah.
But I never thought about that. Beer batter pancake. There. Now we've got it. Overnight drive special. Come on. Last night I sent you a picture I stole off the TV, Steve, of that troopers and trucks, thing going on. I guess several states are doing it, but this is from Wisconsin here. And it seemed like they were really highlighting looking at the distracted driving type, scenarios and such. But if you were to go back to the picture and look at it close, there's one thing that's not proper there. And the news piece, it ran for a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They ran several clips. Not once was that trooper wearing a seatbelt.
Really? I did not notice that.
Yeah, the driver, he was saddled up proper, but no, that trooper, he was kind of up and weaving around and looking and stretching, and but no, not once with their shoulder strap on that individual. And a side note there, I would really like to see how his personal fitness test would go each year or whatever.
He was a rather large trooper.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah.
But, so anyway, I'm not going to be able to finish up completely, but I do want to chime in on Grump's call last night. He laid out that scenario of that impatient individual out on the shoulder, rumble strip, wanting to pass him, trying to encourage him to get out of the way, clear the lane. Well, at that very moment, we have a 10-mile stretch, up the line here. It's been single lane just about all summer long. This all started last spring, and Wisconsin has this failed practice of cutting out 2 to 10 foot chunks of concrete and replacing that rather than digging up the entire
Right.
road and starting from scratch. And this has been going on for years. But regardless, it's a 55 zone. And sometimes, 55 is proper. There's times, 65 is no problem at all when there's nobody there. The barrels are pushed way over into the closed lane. And but either way, last night was one of those 55 nights. And I've maybe 3 4-wheelers in front of me, setting the pace. Okay, that's what it is. Now I see trucks coming behind me, no problem. Well, I know this guy had to be running 70 plus to catch up to me. He was not 10 feet off the rear of my truck this entire 10-mile stretch. And he was dipping, a couple feet over onto the shoulder pretty routinely. Just he couldn't stand what was taking place here. And what really capped it, the last 2 or 3 miles, it was a Ford Mustang. He decided 40 miles an hour was fast enough, in this construction zone. So this guy is a hopper bottom, white Peterbilt. Either way, that don't matter. But he was just so chomping at the bit that I was not getting out of his way. Like, what does this individual think that me as another driver behind other traffic, is going to do? But this is something, Steve, as Grump was talking about. This plays out every single day, every single night. I doubt there's a listener out there right now that doesn't witness something like this on a daily basis. It's and they're in the mindset they're entitled to operate like this. They have no thoughts or consideration to those around them. It's all about me. That's how it plays out. It's so ingrained in their brain. Well, I take that back. That's a compliment when I say brain. They have when they left the last truck stop they were in, they flushed down whatever material they had between their ears. But that too is something that regenerates itself, But it's the impatience out here is just beyond control. It is. I won't say catastrophic.
Well, and that in turn leads to exactly what had occurred behind Grump the previous day is trucks 10 foot off each other's rear in a construction zone. Somebody has to slam on the brakes, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom.
Exactly. There is no such thing as a safe following distance anywhere anymore. It's you climb up on the ass of the guy in front of you. So regardless, there's my nomination for DA of the week and whatnot. We'll bail out here. We're at the fuel island, so we'll hopefully catch up with the true casualness at the end of the program.
All right. Thank you much. Scarecrow over and out, and we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Indeed. Who we got checking in? Hello, Russell. It's good to hear from you checking in last night from Dayton, Ohio. 71 degrees. It was like brain dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. I sent you a 2 for tonight, as we have not just a Dumbass of the Week nominee, but also a Darwin Award winner. I did the interview earlier, and from what I can tell, that I have the job, but also when I came in tonight, they laid off 15 guys on the dock. All right, so yes, they had the interview. Hopefully things went well there. All right, not boding well, is it? David says, good morning, you magnificent gladiators of the highway, driving your 18-wheeled chariots of raw mechanical power. Well, that's one way to describe it. We, your adoring fans, salute you. All right. Michigan Madman. So he was tuned into the Eldora Million. Finally, it's over. Logan Schukert wins the Eldora Million. He was watching it on Flow Racing there. All right. It's got to be a good feeling. I'm thinking the party will probably go into the wee early morning hours. Could you imagine a $1 million victory? All right, let's see what's going on with the Sundance Kid here on a Friday.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Summers?
Happy Friday.
Hello. Hey, happy Friday. Yep, okay. All right, so I've got something I think is going to help a lot of people with all this crazy driving stuff and all this sitting at the dock all the time and all that. So I've been doing my numbers, and I called in about 2 weeks ago, and I suggested $20 an hour for every hour a driver is gone from the house.
Right.
Okay. Now, if you run local or you're home every day, you need to be at $40 an hour. Okay. Does that sound like a fair wage?
Okay.
All right. That'll be $80,000 a year. $40 an hour, 2,000 hours a year. All right. That's how we do it. Okay. So we're at $40 an hour. That's professional pay, I believe. The man that works on my car, he gets $100 and something dollars, the
Sure.
company, the
Yep.
shop gets $125 an hour. So, they pay him probably 25% of that or whatever, maybe 10. But okay, so here's what you do. This is going to fix the trucking industry right here. When you go to work, when you're available for work and you've had your break, you do a pre-trip, and then you go on duty, not driving. And you stay on that for 6 hours if you're sitting there waiting for dispatch. You do this every day. And when you go to a dock and you're getting loaded, you get there, you go on duty, not driving. Okay? Then we're going to stay there. And then when you get done waiting 6 hours and getting loaded 4 hours, now you're out of time.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time to take your 10-hour break.
Because your 14-hour clock starts whenever you go on duty, regardless, correct?
That's exactly right. Now, right, exactly. So don't, and now let me tell you, if you're sitting there and you're available for work and they don't have nothing, and you're just giving them time because, you've already had your 10-hour break, and you're just giving them that 10 hours or whatever, No. That's what, now you're defeating the purpose of getting paid out here. And then your average revenue goes down to $3 an hour for every hour you're out here. So this is how you do it. Now what you're going to do is you're going to drive up the price of the rates when you do this, because there's going to be a need for more trucks. And yes, there will be a driver shortage, but we will get more qualified people out here because they're getting $20 an hour to sit there and wait on duty, not doing anything, because we've been giving it to the United States. The American trucker can no longer afford to support the entire nation. There's only 3,000 of us, and there's 300 million of y'all. There's 3 million of us.
3 million, yeah.
Yeah, we're 1%. We are the 1%. We make this thing roll, but we can't no longer give away our time, because when we're giving away that time, that's time away from our family that we can't make no money later. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, and we're not doing nothing illegal here. We're on duty, not driving. We're available for work. Now, if your boss man doesn't like that, then because he's going to take it in the shorts.
Sure.
If he's not getting paid enough, you're not going to lose your job. Now, if he tries to fire you for doing that, you got a lawsuit, hostile work environment, and you sue his ass because you didn't do anything. He can't expect you to sit there and not get paid for your time. Nobody in the nation does that.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody
else does it, but yeah, the truck drivers have been doing it for years, right? Uncompensated time. But we got to pause there. News break time on a Friday.
USA News Update. Wall Street closed Thursday with stocks higher. It comes after last month's Producer Price Index came in below expectations. The PPI rose by 0.1% against projections of 2%. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 47 points. Mayor Eric Adams is blaming media after a new poll reveals New Yorkers are increasingly worried about crime.
Speaking on Fox 5 New York, the mayor said the media plays with New Yorkers' psyches.
You travel with an armed army in a chauffeur-driven car. Go ride the train, then tell me, without your bodyguards.
The mayor's just, I don't want to say delusional, but I think he's just putting a political spin on it.
One anchor said the media reports on things that actually happen. The poll also revealed 87% of respondents feel crime is a very or somewhat serious problem in New York City and across the state. I'm Natalie Migliori, NBC News Radio, New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever noticed that when the afternoon light hits your floors, you can see everything, including dust?
So much dust.
And that floor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors, with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day.
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, 25 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Sundance Kid, I can think back to many, many years ago, and my dad talked about that. He said, you know, the average American worker that works a 9-to-5 job, tell them, hey, we're going to start working 12-hour shifts, but you're still going to get paid for your 8 hours of work, and see how that goes over. Who in their right mind would do that, right?
You're right, exactly. And like I said, we're not trying to destroy the country. We're trying to get our money back. I mean, the ladies in Waffle House are standing together. Let's stand together. Let's go on duty, not driving. And when there's a shortage, now the rates are going to go up. And you know what would be even better? These companies that need their stuff hauled, they might even buy their own trucks and put a driver in it and pay him because they know how important he really is. And therefore, you will be home every day or coming back to the house every day or every 2 days if you work for a company local. And he'll buy a truck, he'll put you in it, and he'll pay you, a good wage. Mm. That's all we're asking. But what we're doing now, by the time we give away 12 hours today, 12 hours tomorrow, 12 hours another day, at the end of the week, we only going to we will only end up with around, if we run the right way. If you sit there all day and then you run, then you can't leave out till 10 o'clock the next day, and it just keeps getting delayed. So you're not going to end up with 40 hours in a 5-day period if you keep giving away time. But you use up that logbook, and then you say, man, I was on duty for 70 hours in 6 days, and I only made 685 miles. I mean, I got a friend of mine, and he's been driving for 10 years. He got a check for $247, and he was gone all week. He only had one 600-mile trip at 60 cents a mile and brought home $200-something. I'm like, really? That's something they had, because he delivered on Sunday before the 4th of July and had to sit after Tuesday till Wednesday to get another load. But he had to deliver. He couldn't go to the house before he could deliver. He had to go deliver Sunday from Mississippi all the way up to Pennsylvania. You know, he lives in Alabama. But they said, no, you got to be there Sunday. They wanted it, but now he had to sit there Sunday, Monday, Tuesday holiday, Wednesday got a load, and he delivered Thursday, and then it was shut down and take another 34-hour break. He still had 50 hours left on his log for that week. So this has got to stop. That's less than about $3 an hour for every hour he was gone that week.
Yeah.
We can't do that. $20 is fine. I don't think that's breaking the bank, but we're giving this. That's why they always say free shipping and handling when you order something off TV. That's got to stop. They got to pay $1. They can at least pay $1 or $2 or $5 or $10, something, because this ain't free no more. It's been free for a long time. Jimmy Hoffa was the thorn in their face, and he knew what this would be. And, you know, and I mean, it's gotten so convoluted, like we figured out last week, that Hoffa was a Republican supporter. And I remember ABF Terminal over in Charleston, South Carolina. There's probably still a Bush Quayle sticker for president on the desk over there. But I digress. But how we flipped it to they support Democrats, I mean, I haven't voted. I've only voted. I voted for Joe Biden because I didn't like Donald Trump this time. I didn't vote for Hillary. I've always voted third party since George Bush the first time. In 2004, I went the other way. I went independent since then. But we the left and right, we got to stop that. We got to go for a third party, and don't let them tell you that it won't work or whatever. But we as trucking industry, we will have people slow down, and they don't care. I mean, we're going to get the freight, but we're going to be paid for our time, and our time is not just when we're driving down the road. And, you know, and I'm sorry it has to be like this, and like I said, if your boss man doesn't like it and he tries to fire you for logging on duty when he don't have nothing available for you, I'm sorry, it's not against the law, and you are the master of that ship. And when your time is up for that week, if he tries to fire you, you got a lawsuit. He'll never do it. So he'll learn how to run his business a lot better and more efficiently, I would imagine. But, you know, sitting here now and giving the broker or giving a doc the first 2 hours free, who gives 2 hours free? I don't get 2 hours free when I go to get some service done. I'm not giving away nothing no more. And we all shouldn't be giving away nothing no more. You're taking the food out of your family's mouth. You're making $3 an hour. If you want to make $3 an hour, I want to suggest that you go to McDonald's and make $15 an hour. Your life will be amazing. You will 5 times your money right now. But this time consumption, time is money. You've always heard it. Time is money, and my time is money. And if I don't make, and I'm local every day, I'm home every day, and I average about $40 an hour for my time, and I'm happy. I mean, I wish it was better, but I'm good with that. But you know, I work 6 days a week. You know, I work 60 hours a week. I work on Saturday, but it makes it work. You know, but I'm fortunate to be where I'm at. You know, but I want other drivers to stop giving away their time. That's all I'm asking. Go on duty, and you'll cause a shortage because you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Nobody's giving away free, and the rates will go up because there's always trucks available now because you know they know. No, we got to stop it, and it'll be better for the green initiative too. Here's the reason why. Nobody's going to pay for a truck to have to come 250 miles deadhead when they can get a truck that's over there 50 miles away, and because the rates are lower. You know, say the guy's going to deadhead 250 miles because he's giving them a lower rate than the guy that's sitting right there. So that's going to cut all that deadheading out we don't need to be doing either. That's another big problem. So, this will work. Well, and diesel will probably go down because we won't be wasting 250 miles of deadhead a day per truck to go get a load because we bid it cheaper than the guy sitting right next to it.
Well, we'll get some feedback from some of our other drivers out there. It's an idea, but I mean, it's if it would work, it would have been attempted a long time ago, wouldn't it? Talking about the low rates, he is correct. From FreightWaves this past day, in a freight market where the seemingly permanent prevailing question is, are we at the bottom? And if not, where is it? The Cass Freight Index data continues to report weak numbers, but some suggestion that a bottom may be near. The headline on this month's report, again from the Cass Freight Index, is bouncing along the bottom. The volume downturn appears to be in the latter innings, and after a long, soft patch, we see the U.S. freight transportation industry on the cusp of a new cycle, according to ACT Research. But the period that he said the freight market is moving into is what he calls cycle bottoming. Now, he attached a graphic accompanied to the report that kind of the cycle is marked by several features: loose capacity, pricing power to the shipper, lower Class 8 tractor production, rates falling more slowly, and order cancellations increasing. Overall, the biggest feature highlighted on the wheel for cycle bottoming are that demand declines and capacity growth slows. Now, he did say that one aspect of the cycle bottoming is missing in the current market: the lower level of equipment production, because Class 8 truck build rates are still elevated. I mean, pretty much, I think we shared last week, every build slot for truck orders for the rest of this year is full. And they'll begin booking into next year. So pressure remains on fleets to seat these tractors. Went through a number of other numbers, comparisons to a year ago, but ultimately the report notes the current down cycle is 18 months old. In other words, we've had 18 months of many year-over-year declines. The past 3 down cycles, where we've been through a down cycle in trucking, because everything is cyclical, the past 3 down cycles have had a duration of 21 to 28 months. So we're 18 months in now. So the end, in other words, based on historical averages, the end should be near, they're saying. Well, happy Friday, Horse Feathers.
There you are. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I was getting hungry there talking about them beer batter pancakes there, flapjacks. Of course, everything tastes good with maple syrup on. You get that pure maple, 100% pure maple syrup there, and it makes everything taste better anyways, no matter what you put in the batter. So, anyway, I don't know what to say about the Sundance Kid here. He still got me at a pay cut. I don't understand why he wants to take money out of my pocket. But anyways, because what he said he makes a year, I've already made this year, so I don't know. So anyways, his buddy there that went out and delivered on Sunday before the 4th of July, I take it he kind of had an idea that he wasn't going to get a load until after the 4th of July, and I think he should have made a discussion with the company and said that, you know, if you're not going to get me freight to move me, then what are you paying me for being there? Otherwise, your truck and trailer and your load are sitting wherever you'd like it to sit, and somebody else can deliver it. You know, you have that option to negotiate, even if you've already hired on to something and you've already negotiated your whatever to get whatever you get. if somebody's going to make you sit like that, and they're going to tell you, well, we're only going to pay you for the load that's going up there, and then you're going to have to sit for 4 days to wait to get your next one. He apparently agreed to do it because he went and did it, but I don't know if he didn't like it or wasn't happy with what he got paid, then he should have not done it one way or another. Either told him, we're done and you can find somebody else for the truck and we'll go somewhere else, or I don't know.
Right.
I'm just thinking that you just saying that there has to be one basic pay, or an over the road pay and a local pay, and this is I'm still saying that it don't work. Every individual niche, every individual mode of operation, all does different. I mean, it all works different. I mean, you look at the guys on the oil fields that work on the oil rigs. You talked with Doc Holliday, and when Sugar Bear was with us, and he was doing that. I mean, they'd go and get a hot load of sand, and they'd run to get that hot load of sand to the drill rig, and well, they'd sit there for 2 days waiting to unload it. But as what Sundance Kid's trying to imply, they were getting paid for every hour they were sitting in the seat of that truck. So I mean, you talk about the money they made. They were making. You pretty much have to go and hook up to the Franklin Mint to pay them every week. So I don't know. It's just something to. I don't think there's an absolute solution to the problem, and I think what happens is people actually have to stand up and say that we're not gonna work for indentured slavery, indentured servant labor, pay wages, or when you want us to do this, we're not doing it. Find a load. I mean, it's poor management for the truck. I mean, these trucks cost money, whether they're going up and down the road or if they're sitting in a parking lot. They cost money every day. So it's to the benefit of the company to have the truck generating revenue, and that's why I work on percentage, because when the truck's generating revenue, it's making money for my boss, and it's making money for me. So and as we say, we went through that whole thing there. Somebody thought they weren't working for percentage, but they got paid by the trip, and it's really paid by the trip is percentage. So anyways, we beat that dead horse right to death and drug him through the mud, and I don't know what all else we've done to him, but we've pretty much wore it out. So anyways, we got our little dime bag of cocaine that, hey, Your Honor, did you realize that they weren't going to be able to figure out who did it? I mean, it wasn't Professor Mustard in the closet with the McDonald's straw. I mean, so I guess the next thing that has to happen now is so that there's absolutely no way to identify anything. I guess it has to get damaged, or somebody has to suck the cocaine out of the bag and have it disappear. It goes down an air vent or something, and accidentally gets dropped in the incinerator.
Right.
I don't know. So something's got to happen.
But can you imagine? I mean, Pappy said when you touch something, there's DNA evidence left behind.
Absolutely.
Magically, there was no DNA evidence left behind.
Well, that's because they were wearing 3 pairs of rubber gloves at the time, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there's So anyways, I don't know. So what else we got going on a Friday there? I don't know. Kind of quiet out here. I hear we got a chance of some rain showers here in the Mid-Atlantic through the nighttime tonight, and then in the middle of the day, afternoon tomorrow. Of course, we're going to have a good hot day, so you got the unsettled atmosphere, and then we'll have showers again then. And Saturday's supposed to be a pretty decent day, but be warm, and then back to the rain on Sunday. Possibility of rain on Sunday. So anyways. The weather-wise here, those people out in the west, you were talking about their temperature and that, and what it is out there. And don't forget, Your Honor, they always say that's a dry heat.
Yes,
it doesn't have the humidity. It's a dry heat. It doesn't feel as bad. So
it's also it's also dry in an oven, correct?
Yeah, well, they do say that too, but all I know is when we get in the mid 90s here, low to mid 90s, and if it wants to start pushing 100, and with the humidity level,
Feels like 110. Yep.
It's just worse than being in a hot bowl of Jell-O. So anyways, I don't know. We'll see where it all develops at, but. Yeah, definitely air conditioning on tap for this weekend there. Maybe with a couple Skullbuster beers even, see if we can find a couple of them. But we don't have any one of them cement ponds like you got for refreshment. We might have to go down there to the local creek and maybe go down there and see what's happening on with the creek down there. And so, anyways, that's about all we got there. And I don't know, kind of quiet weekend there. Other than that, so. Maybe we'll work on the other truck a little bit. We got the Peterbilt to do some work on, try to get ready for a couple things. So maybe if it's not too hot, we'll put a couple hours in the morning and see if we can get that thing go out on the highway and get us to stretch its legs and get some exercise and see what we can do with that this year. So, but other than that, I guess it's all pretty quiet on a casual Friday, and of course there for Scarecrow out there, just remember, casual Friday don't mean drive naked.
Hey, we got to throw that in on a Friday. Yes, thank you. All right. Boy. So another day scratched off the calendar. We're into the 14th of July. UPS contract expires when? 31st. Are there any talks scheduled? No. It might actually happen. A threatened U.S. strike at UPS could be one of the costliest in at least a century, topping $7 billion for a 10-day work stoppage. So says a think tank specializing in the economic impact of labor actions this past day. That estimate from Michigan-based Anderson Economic Group, AEG, includes UPS customer losses of $4 billion, lost direct wages of more than $1 billion. A 15-day UPS strike in 1997 disrupted the supply of goods, cost the world's biggest parcel delivery firm $850 million, and sent some customers to rivals like FedEx. Now, we know roughly 340,000 union-represented UPS workers handle about a quarter of U.S. parcel deliveries, and they serve virtually every city and town in the country. A strike could delay millions of daily deliveries, including Amazon.com orders, electronic components, life-saving prescription drugs. According to the shipping experts, they add this also could reignite supply chain snarls that stoke inflation. But yes, the talks are deadlocked between UPS and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. They have vowed to strike if a deal is not ratified before the current contract expires midnight July 31. Now, a deal is struck is one thing, but a deal being ratified is a totally different thing. You can strike a deal but it has to go out to the rank and file. Consumers are going to feel this in a matter of days, according to AEG's CEO. Adding his analysis does not include the human cost of disruption to shipments of critical perishable medicines, things to treat cancer and other life-threatening illnesses. We know one of the sticking points is pay increases for part-time workers, accounting for roughly half the UPS workforce. Tenured part-timers are particularly frustrated because they make just slightly more than new hires whose wages have actually jumped in a tight labor market. Anderson said a UPS employee walkout would be a bigger risk to the U.S. economy than a work stoppage by the United Auto Workers at the Detroit 3, who started contract talks Thursday. At this point, we know UPS is urging Teamsters negotiators to return to the bargaining table. Union officials say UPS needs to sweeten the offer for their workers who risk their lives during the pandemic to help that company generate outsized profits. Now, one other analyst, Stifel analyst Bruce Chan, said UPS faces two, both unappealing choices. First, risk a strike and the resulting customer losses, or acquiesce to the Teamster demands that could worsen the company's labor cost disadvantage versus the non-union rivals in an inflationary environment. Yes, both of those situations would create pain for UPS. So it could be just a question of when and how the company wants to take its medicine. That's sounds about like where they are. You choice A or choice B, neither of which is going to bode well for you, the company. But yeah, I mean, if you do end up in the strike and it's a prolonged strike, how much freight do they stand to potentially lose permanently? Business not coming back. All right, we'll close things out for hour number 2. Back to your calls just ahead on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A brutal heat wave is roasting much of the southern U.S. Heat warnings and advisories are in effect for 113 million Americans. In El Paso and Miami, the highs have been over 100 degrees for nearly a month. The Secret Service says it was unable to identify a suspect in its investigation into cocaine that was found at the White House.
The investigation into the discovery of cocaine at the White House has come to a close, with the Secret Service saying they were unable to identify a suspect. Despite examining numerous individuals who entered through the West Executive Avenue entrance, the law enforcement agency could not pinpoint a person of interest. Extensive testing yielded no significant DNA or fingerprint evidence, and a thorough review of surveillance camera footage did not provide any leads. I'm John Schaefer.
The governor of Vermont has visited the areas of his state hardest hit by flooding. Phil Scott came away shocked by how widespread the flooding was. Officials say there have been over 200 flood rescues and 100 more evacuations in Vermont. but no deaths have been directly linked to the floods. President Biden says he's serious about pursuing a prisoner exchange for a Wall Street Journal reporter from New Jersey. Lisa Taylor has more.
Evan Gershkovich has been detained in Russia for more than 100 days, and the Kremlin previously said it was open to exchanging prisoners. Biden made his most recent comments while speaking at a news conference in Finland, saying the process is already underway. Gershkovich was arrested on espionage charges while on a trip to report, but he has denied those allegations.
Hollywood actors and writers are now on strike at the same time for the first time since 1960. The union representing 160,000 actors announced the decision this afternoon, 2.5 months after the writers walked out. This is the biggest entertainment shutdown in over 40 years. This is USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
Weekly jobless claims are down. The Labor Department says initial jobless claims for the week ending July 8th totaled 237,000. That's down from the previous week's 249,000. Analysts had been expecting today's number to come in right around 250,000. Startling new data is setting off alarms at TSA checkpoints across the country. More than 3,200 guns have been found during the passenger screenings so far this year.
Every year, it just seems to grow along with the number of travelers that we're seeing. People need to be aware of the regulations.
Patty Mancha with the TSA says you're still banned from packing heat in a carry-on bag, even in states with open carry laws. She says the vast majority of the guns they find are loaded. Iowa's new abortion ban is facing legal challenges. Abortion providers and the ACLU of Iowa filed lawsuits to stop the legislation which would ban most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Republican Governor Kim Reynolds is set to sign the bill into law tomorrow. Elon Musk is announcing a new AI company after months of teasing an alternative to ChatGPT. Musk says xAI will work to understand the true nature of the universe. He expects to give a very detailed explanation on the company coming up on Friday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, thank you much, and welcome back on a Friday morning. Yeah, it was actually Grump who indeed called in, shared the story out of Illinois. Big crash that occurred there on Wednesday. And the update, CDL Life this past day, Illinois State Police still investigating the multiple semi-truck crash. Firefighters responded to the scene about 3:30 Wednesday afternoon, eastbound I-70 at the 101.5 mile marker between Effingham and Montrose, Illinois. Reported multi-vehicle crash in an ongoing construction zone. Illinois State Police report a semi-truck crossed through a concrete barrier into the opposite lane of travel during the crash, ultimately involving 5 semi-trucks. One was airlifted to the hospital. Of course, the interstate was closed through the afternoon into the evening. Apparently, all lanes didn't even finally open till shortly after or shortly before midnight, Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Now, of course, traffic along I-75 in the Atlanta area, it's a mess on a good day, on any given day. It was a true mess this past day. A dump truck driver, actually, this was Wednesday as well. Dump truck driver forgot to lower his bed. Took down an entire highway sign in Cobb County, I-75. According to Atlanta News First, the dump truck with the raised bed struck the highway sign, causing the sign to collapse. Ultimately left lying across I-75. The dump truck driver was ticketed for driving in non-commercial lanes, but of course, causing backups in the area. What a mess throughout the day. All right, get back to the calls here on a Friday morning. Let's see who we got on board. Not seeing a name there.
Hey, Steve, it's Rob. Good morning.
Hello, Rob. What's going on?
Oh, just listening to Sundance and poking all the holes in his theory, I think the guy's got a good idea. It just needs a whole lot of tweaking,
Okay.
I'm kind of with horse feathers. I don't want the pay cut, that's for sure. But it almost makes me laugh to think that he thinks $20 an hour in Florida and $20 an hour in New Jersey is the same money. Tax rates alone. That guy in New Jersey is already making $16.50 an hour compared to the guy in Florida. It just doesn't work. Now, if he was smart to think about, maybe getting paid for every minute the wheels aren't turning, that makes sense. You come up with some sort of hourly rate that would work. We're all on electronic devices now. It's monitored.
I believe that's what he was kind of saying. For an over-the-road driver, he's saying $20 an hour for every hour you're gone, whether you're on duty or in the sleeper. And he said now, otherwise, he said, what do you say, $40 an hour
for a local driver? Yeah. Yes. But the math doesn't make sense, Steve. Honestly, you work yourself into the position that you're in. Horse Feather's got a good gig down there. He's worked long to get to that gig. I got a good gig where I'm at. They pay me to go to bed every night. I get paid to go to that bunk. I get paid for every little thing that I do. That's why it's a pay cut for me. So the fact is, instead of worrying about how you're paid or what you're paid, maybe you ought to be worried a little bit more about where he's working and who he's working for. He talked about free shipping and handling. Made me kind of laugh, honestly. Everybody ought to at least pay $1. Well, how do you think UPS made $87 billion last year, Steve? You think that's because they're putting all them packages on them trucks for free? Of course it's not. Everybody pays a little more for whatever they order, and they hide the shipping and handling. They're still paying UPS. Right. Now, there's UPS drivers. You think them fellas are going to work for $40 an hour, $20 an hour? You're out of your mind. They're already making more money than that. They don't want that pay cut. The road drivers over at Yellow, even the road drivers at Yellow, one of the companies that's struggling right now, are making more than $20 an hour, and they're in a hotel a lot of nights. There's just so many holes in it, man. Not quite where we need to be, but that's my 2 cents, man.
I was interested to get the take from some of the others out there, and I get to some extent is that in part because You can't roll there's a lot of different niches. There's a lot of different sectors and categories. Everything can't be rolled into one basket.
Exactly. You're 100% right. That's it, 100%. And you pick and choose what you're willing to do, what you're willing to accept. Like Horse Feathers says, you tell them I'm not doing that load. It's not going to work for me. I work for a private fleet. I've worked a long time to get where I am, and something.
Right. Well, Rob, I appreciate you chiming in. You're about to run out of cell there, but all right. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. All right, so we have no idea who brought the cocaine into the White House, right? No DNA, no fingerprints, no nothing. I can't find anything on the cameras. What the hell? Just forget about it. Nothing to see here. Investigation over. But what they did divulge, just as the White House scandal appeared to be dying down, a complete lack of information, another kind of springs up to take place. According to the scandalous new report from Fox News, marijuana was twice found in the White House last year, at least 9 months before the whole cocaine scandal. The Secret Service reportedly confirmed this information to members of Congress during that classified briefing. I guess they're saying this was actually over the 4th of July weekend. Now, it's worth noting that both medical and recreational marijuana is legal in Washington, D.C. In fact, according to the Metro Police, the following things are all legal for a 21-year-old to do. You are allowed to possess 2 ounces or less of marijuana. You can transfer an ounce of marijuana or less to another 21-year-old as long as there is no monetary transaction. You can grow your own marijuana plants. There are restrictions there. You can possess marijuana-related drug paraphernalia, and you can use marijuana on private property. Given that, one would assume that a little bit of weed found in the White House would hardly be worth writing about. However, there are still a number of restrictions. You cannot sell marijuana. You cannot operate heavy machinery while under the influence. All these things do apply to marijuana use in D.C., and this appears to clearly run afoul of at least one restriction in D.C. As D.C.'s ACLU branch noted, federal law enforcement officers still can arrest anyone in the district for possession of any amount of marijuana. You still cannot have marijuana on federal land, which includes Rock Creek Park, the National Mall, area around federal buildings, or on the metro system. Now, last I checked, buildings don't get much more federal than the symbolic epicenter of this country, a.k.a. the White House. Secret Service representative confirmed to Fox News agents had found what they said, quote, small amounts of marijuana in both July and September last year. However, just like the ongoing cocaine scandal, it doesn't appear anything will ever come of that revelation. In the White House. Which would also, again, beg the question, how did it get in there? Of course, no info in regards to where the marijuana was found in the White House. Was it in Hunter's bedroom? I don't know. What do you think? All right, so the saga of the White House. And it is 844-844-3388. Hey, Arizona and Mississippi each have brand new Love's travel stops together, adding more than 100 parking spaces for commercial tractor trailers. The new Love's travel stop in Wilcox, Arizona, off I-10. 60 truck parking spaces there, according to the news release. Wilcox is in southeast Arizona, about 85 miles east of Tucson, about 65 miles north of the U.S.-Mexico border there. The other is the new Love's travel stop in Lucedale, Mississippi, off Highway 98. That location, 42 truck parking spaces. This is about 55 miles northwest of Mobile, Alabama. Both locations open 24/7, offering bean-to-cup gourmet coffee, brand name snacks, the Love's Mobile to-go zone with today's latest technologies. So the Wilcox location, 13,000 square feet, have an Arby's that'll be opening on the 17th of July here. 7 diesel bays, 5 showers, laundry, and cat scales. The Mississippi location, a 10,000 square foot location. Arby's opening also on the 17th. 5 diesel bays, 4 showers, laundry facilities, and cat scale. New Love's locations as they continue to expand their footprint around the country.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And we don't typically get a chance to hear from Philip in Florida on Friday mornings. Every once in a while, but down in his neck of the woods, we've been talking about the Saharan dust crossing the Atlantic, and more Sahara dust is on the way to the Sunshine State. Could actually have some air quality impacts. Now, the first plume arrived in Florida last Sunday. The overall concentration pretty low. The dust was well above the surface, unlike the recent Canadian wildfire smoke. So the impact on air quality was minimal, but it can help with the vivid sunrises and sunsets. Second plume of dust arrived this past day. This plume may be thick enough and close enough to the ground in the coming days to briefly impact air quality, especially for sensitive groups. I'm not expecting any widespread impacts. I guess, once again, you'll see the dramatic sunrises and sunsets in Florida. It's pretty common during the summer as intense dust gets pushed off the African coast, transported more than 5,000 miles across the Atlantic. They say more than 180 million tons of dust leave the African continent every year. And it's all highly dependent on how much rain falls across northern Africa. But that dust will indeed help keep the tropics in check, as this dry, dusty air limits any significant tropical development, at least in the short term. Right now, well to the north of this Saharan dust plume, they are monitoring Invest 94L for development into a possible tropical or subtropical depression. That's way out over the central Atlantic. All right, next up, who we got on board?
Hello, Steve. It's Carl. I haven't called in a couple of weeks. Thank you for taking my call. About the cocaine deal, just to start off with, and the marijuana, that just shows me, in particular, my opinion, that we've got a White House up there right now, and a Department of Justice, and a Department of Homeland Security, actually, down there, who is allowing people to come in our country with fentanyl, things of that nature. What if we're going to have a discovery of fentanyl in the White House here pretty soon, you know? And maybe a dirty bomb or something like that, you know, since we can't see what's coming into the White House here, you know. It's pretty strange, if you ask me, what's going on here. I don't think it's a bit far-fetched that somebody from some bad person may be involved in a crowd of people there at the White House and do something bad there, you know, after they've seen all of this going on. It seems to be pretty much a joke, if you ask me, what we've got going on at the White House right now, and our security systems just aren't working. And just wanted to throw that out there. But as far as the driver pay issue goes, I got to tend to agree with Sundance every time he calls in about driver pay, because I happen to work for a company that, unlike Horse Feathers and this other guy who just called in, they seem to think that you can go into the boss and say, I don't want to do that load. Well, I'm sorry, you will do the load or you'll go home. It's that simple. Okay, where I work, that is. They happen to be working for their owner-operators. They're working for private fleets. They don't have a clue as to what's going on about company drivers, okay? I mean, basically. Reefer units, if you haul reefer units, I've hauled them before, you're going to be sitting a lot more at a dock for frozen food or fish than you will any other time. I mean, I've been in Memphis waiting on fish. They say, well, yeah, the fish was supposed to be here, but it's not here yet at the warehouse. So, okay, what I do is I just say, is it okay if I drop my trailer here? I'm going to go over here and get me a hotel and stay overnight and wait on this to be coming in here and let you to go ahead and load it. When do you think it's going to be loaded? About a.m., you know, sometime in the morning? And they'll tell me, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead and do that. And I'll be back, and they're loading the last pallet on, you know. But that was years ago when I did that. And, of course, I'm not working for that company before because of those situations. Went to Immokalee, Florida one time down there in the Everglades, and a bunch of Mexicans out there. They tell me that the tomatoes aren't picked yet. Okay, so I've got to wait about a day for tomatoes to be picked. All right, so of course the company only paid me like $25, but I got a hotel room out of it in Immokalee, Florida. All right, So these things that Horse Feathers is saying, you know, about the trip pay, that's what I'm being paid right now. Okay, trip pay. All right, I don't have a document in front of me that's telling me that I'm being paid a percentage. Okay, so therefore I'm not being paid percentage. Horse Feathers may be on his job, but he don't know what I'm being paid on my job, because my company has already told me and showed me that they use a formula of different things, and it's complicated on how I'm being paid. And I get paid on every trip the same, whether I'm a bobtail or whether I've got a trailer or whether I've got freight or I don't have freight. You see, Horse Feathers is talking about a whole different ball game here. He's talking about he gets maybe a 25% off one load, maybe gets 50% off another one, and he has opportunity to bid on this stuff based on his time there and based on how his manager likes him or whatever, there's so many different ways that owner-operators can be paid and people who haul for private fleets. They just have all of this thing going on. But in all reality, the company drivers down here, okay, which we can, like I said, I can go somewhere in a bobtail like I have twice this week. And I get paid the same as if I've got a trailer on there. I know what I'm being paid. That's what trip pay is, okay? Horse Feathers isn't explaining. He's just telling you and the listening audience out here that trip pay is equal to percentage pay. Well, it's not, okay? I just got to clarify that for everybody and let everybody know that, okay?
That's fair enough.
But let me explain a little bit further about that, okay?
Okay. Well, if you can hold that thought, because we gotta, we'll come back and get the rest of the story. First, we got to get our news break here on a Friday morning. I've got a couple lines available at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. A brutal heat wave is roasting much of the southern U.S. Heat warnings and advisories are in effect for 113 million Americans. In El Paso and Miami, the highs have been over 100 degrees for nearly a month. The Secret Service says it was unable to identify a suspect in its investigation into cocaine that was found at the White House.
The investigation into the discovery of cocaine at the White House has come to a close, with the Secret Service saying they were unable to identify a suspect. Despite examining numerous individuals who entered through the West Executive Avenue entrance, the law enforcement agency could not pinpoint a person of interest.
Hollywood actors and writers are now on strike at the same time for the first time since 1960. The union representing 160,000 actors announced the decision this afternoon, 2.5 months after the writers walked out. Dave Collins, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday. Well, it seems like summer recess just got started, and they're already talking about back-to-school sales. Are you kidding? Yes, summer just flies right on by. They're saying U.S. shoppers plan to spend $41.5 billion during the upcoming school year. That's the forecast this past days. So, well, of course, yeah, inflation has the price of everything up. Got to pay more to get the same amount of goods. But we left off there talking with Carl, and welcome back, Carl.
Thanks a lot, Steve, for holding me over. Appreciate it. This thing about this pay, okay, is very complicated. My company has explained it to me. They use a formula that involves how long it takes on the average to do these trips, okay? And we have an opportunity to bid on a trip, okay, which aren't much different. There's some of them that are just a slight difference in them, and we already know what we have to deal with when we get to these places that we go to, and different type of things. We only have like 4 different places that we go to anyway. So we already know, if you've been there for a while, basically what you have to deal with and what you're going to do when you get there and all that. But it would be beneficial to us
Okay, maybe not horse feathers, but it would be beneficial to us if we got hourly pay for these runs, because there are times that we have to wait and we're not being compensated for our wait time, especially when we're caught up in construction traffic on the highway, or even in the wintertime. We could be out here like, who knows how many hours you may get stuck in an accident situation out here on the interstate in the wintertime in particular. And just be sitting there with the snow flying all around you and 15 inches of snow, and there's this accident and people just can't move. You know, you can't go anywhere. So we're not being paid for that, okay? So, yeah, we run into those situations a lot. And, we don't need to be out on the highway when that happens, but sometimes you get caught up in that situation, okay?
Sure.
So, I get off the road usually if I can before I get to something like that, you know? So, but I'm not being paid for it, okay? And the hourly pay is a big deal. And I've noticed that hourly pay is much better, $40 an hour. I've never made that much in my life, okay? And I've drove for 27 years already in this 18-wheeler business here. Okay, and I've not been in a six-wheeler business. UPS is not an option for me as far as that goes. I can't go jumping from job to job like these people are suggesting. You ought to consider getting into another job where it pays better. Well, there just aren't that many options, okay, where I live. There are options. Yes, there are. Jumping from the same option that I've got to the same option at another company, you know. It's just different people. It's different people, you know, same time, same station, you know what I mean? But different station, same time, different station, you know. So it's just a complicated thing, and it takes the company will tell you on percentage pay. I've picked this up over the years. They lay a document in front of you, and they say, okay, this load right here pays 25%, okay? And but they're not going to lay a document in front of you that says we're going to pay you 25% of what you're hauling if you're in a bobtail, okay? Because you're not hauling nothing. Okay, so you're not going to get that document, and you've got a bobtail somewhere for free. And Horse Feathers may not admit it, but there are times that he has to work for free, and he'll tell. He may not admit that, but I guarantee you that he has worked for less percentage than he's wanted to occasionally. And so they'll lay one out there for you, 19%. Well, he says, I'm not going to do that load. Well, that's fine. You just wait until you get one that's paying you what you want then. That may be tomorrow. That may be the next day. Who knows how long he's going to have to sit until he gets that primo load that he's looking for, you know? I don't know if he's going to have to sit an hour for it or not. I have no idea. That's fine what he does, but I know what I'm doing, and percentage is not trip pay. Okay, they figure it partly on what they're making as a company from the other company that's paying them to haul the freight, as well as the hours that it takes us to haul the run. And actually, they're cutting our pay based on the hours, because there's some guys who want to run it as fast as possible because it is trip pay, and they say, yeah, I'll haul this load in 10 hours when it's taking you 11, you know? And so I'm getting paid more than you because it's only taken me 10 hours to do that run, you know? And I have to stop and use the bathroom and stuff like that. So it takes me an extra hour to haul when they're sitting in the seat and using a bottle or something. You know what I mean? I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay? I mean, it's really strange what people do to brag on themselves.
Right.
You know? So it's amazing to me what they say. But I'll go ahead and let you go. But I thought I'd clarify that there's a trip pay is not. It's not percentage pay. Not everywhere. It could be if a document is laid in front of you, and you sign that document and you say, yeah, okay, I agree to haul this load for 25% or 19% or 10% or ever how much it is. That it's like the loan statement that the bank will give you, truth in lending, okay? Well, this is truth in percentage, okay? The percentage has to be said, okay, that this is legal, okay? We as a company are receiving this amount for this load to be hauled, and we're going to pay you as the driver this percentage, okay? So therefore, you sign that document before you pick up that trailer, and there you go. You know, that means that you're going to get paid that much for that load. And I don't want to work that way. Horse Feathers may want to work that way. That's up to him. If he's making $200,000 a year, that's fine. Go ahead, go for it, buddy. I don't care. You know, that's your business. You know, what I do, I live in a certain area that doesn't have these options anyway that they're talking about. I can't even work for UPS because UPS, the closest place is up here in northern Kentucky, up here around Florence, or either Louisville up there, and I live in Corbin, Kentucky, so we don't have an 18-wheeler UPS down there. We've got the 6-wheelers down there. I don't want to be hauling 200 stops on a truck every day. So there's different things that we have to do, all right? And you can't tell the company that you're not going to haul a load, or else they'll tell you to don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Yep. And I can see that. I can see where in some cases where you'll say, and that's where that's where you have to say, well, do I want to continue working for this company, or do I need to move on to someone else? It's all the choices we have to make in life, right? All right, 844-844-3388.
It's a chance for the Grand National Circuit to catch its breath. This as the Regional National Circuit hits full stride with more polls than nights of the week. And it won't just be red and green flags waving proudly at Northern Ohio events this summer. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Major off-track news this week as the NTPA welcomes the United States Army into its fold of corporate partners. The Army will sponsor a campaign across events in Northern Ohio in which fans will be informed via PA announcements of the potential benefits and rewards of a career in military service. U.S. Army representatives will further attend several of the supported events, all located north of Interstate 70 in the Buckeye State. We are honored to work with the United States Army, said Greg Randall, the association's executive director. They represent what is right with our country. They are heroes in every sense of the word. We are excited about partnering for many years. Dr. Michael Banke, U.S. Army Education Services Specialist, stated, "This is something that we have wanted to do for some time. We are so happy to support the pullers in Northern Ohio, and we look forward to meeting the pulling fans at the many events." The U.S. Army conducts targeted operations as engaged leaders in Northern Ohio and Western Pennsylvania to recruit and retain the best volunteers to be soldiers in order to maintain the world's best active and reserve military forces. U.S. Army 2023 NTPA events include the Clark County Fair Pull in Springfield, the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals, the Union County Fair Pull in Marysville, the Champaign County Fair Pull in Urbana, the Erie County Fair Pull in Sandusky, the Henry County Fair Grand Nationals in Napoleon, the Muskingum County Fair Pull in Zanesville, the Huron County Fair Pull in Norwalk, the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, the Great Dark County Fair Pull in Greenville, the Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, the Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, the Charlie Swartz Memorial Pull in Canton, the Hancock County Fair Pull in Findlay, the Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, and the Fall Classic in Medina. The Grand National Circuit was idle across all 13 divisions for a second week, and that will continue for just one more weekend before the tour resumes for 5 divisions in Chapel Hill, Tennessee on Friday and Saturday, July 21st and 22nd. In the meantime, the regional circuit has come up to full boil. In 7 days over the next week, the NTPA will present events in Charlotte, Michigan at the Eaton County Fair on Thursday and Friday, July 13th and 14th, in Iowa at the Winneshiek County Fair in Decorah on Thursday, and the Wright County Fair in Eagle Grove on Friday, in Wilmington, Ohio at the Clinton County Fair, and in River Falls, Wisconsin for the Smokin' Thunder by the Kinney on Saturday the 15th, in Greensburg, Indiana on Monday the 17th, at Hartford, Michigan's Hartford Nationals and Washington Courthouse, Ohio's Fayette County Fair Pull on Tuesday the 18th, and at the National Summer Slide in Monticello, Iowa on Wednesday the 19th. Next week, we'll take a look at the GN standings as we prepare for that series to heat back up in the Mid-South. But you can study up or find a pull near you at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here about 10 before the hour. What's happening, Eagle? Happy Friday.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, Steve, I got a couple things to say tonight, and I've been waiting to say this. You know, you got a guy that, and I know he's listening, you got a guy down in Mississippi that's listening to your show. I'd like for that loser to call in tonight, Steve, because, see, everything hit the fan today about the Biden administration and what's going on in the White House right now. Now, plus the embarrassment of him embarrassing himself. I definitely got to get to that. But I want to challenge this guy, Steve, to call in and tell the American people why Joe Biden is the man for people, individuals like him in 2024 with all the things that are going on. He always calls in and talks about Trump this, Trump that. Well, my man, look like Biden is doing worse than Trump ever thought about doing. So if you got the guts, call in tonight. But okay, now, Steve, let me move on to this situation with it. But didn't I tell you last night, Steve, as my grandfather used to say, I was born at night, I just wasn't born last night. See, that's what the government is playing the U.S. American people for, Steve, is a sucker. And there's a sucker born every minute as we speak. There's another one being born. But here's how it goes, Steve. I told you last night the government, the FBI, whoever these losers are, would say that they could determine where this cocaine came from.
Mm-hmm.
All the most things, from what I'm understanding, I've never been to the White House and don't care if I ever go, to tell you the truth. But from what I've talked to people who have been to the White House, and they have told me about the security that you have to go through, and there's no way that you can enter into the White House with cocaine in your possession, with all these different security deals they got going on. So like I told you, Steve, they know exactly who that cocaine belonged to. You and I know, and everybody, and a few other people know. But like I say, it doesn't matter. Even if he would have came out this morning and said it did belong to Hunter Biden, wouldn't a damn thing happen to him anyway? So it's really a losing cause either way you go when you got the FBI and the Justice Department in your back pocket. That's right, Joe Biden. All he got to do, Steve, is make a phone call on his cell phone and do whatever the hell do whatever the hell he want to do, and that's gonna continue for the next year and a half until he walk out of the White House or whatever happens to the loser. Now, let's move on to this other situation, Steve. It went to an all-time. Well, it ain't all-time. Look at Biden. He still got plenty of time to do even worse. But you know what? As I was looking at a video, Biden made another two blunders yesterday, Steve, as he was talking about different situations, and the man's wife, Zelensky's wife, is standing there right beside this other loser from Canada, which is a complete embarrassment. Joe Biden is talking about the man, and he calls him Vladimir Putin when he's talking about Zelensky.
Right.
And his wife looks at Joe Biden like he's the biggest idiot that ever walked on this planet. And guess who starts laughing? As I remember, I told you last night that the U.S. is the laughing stock. The Canadian president breaks out laughing right in Joe Biden's face at how stupid this man is. The Canadian, that's right, Canada is even laughing at the United States right now. So it'll continue on, Steve. Not only is the world laughing at the U.S. of A., now you got Canada, you can add them on the list, and you can add the King of England, who embarrassed himself in front of. So the embarrassment will go on, Steve. Like I said, it's a shame what's happening right now with the white Kamala Harris. You know, you see why they want to continue with Biden. Every time she opens her mouth, she puts her foot in it. She said something else stupid. You talked about what she said last night about this other situation. So it's obvious that Kamala is not capable of running the U.S. of A. So we're in big trouble right now, Steve. And believe me, if I know it, I promise you, Vladimir Putin, the Chinese president, the man over in North Korea, and anybody else that wants to know knows about what kind of situation we have in America. We are a leaderless country right now. As I take a word from Sean Hannity, Steve, we have a empty suit in the White House. That's what we got right now. So, and believe me, the whole world knows that. And guess what? Joe Biden? Not only is the world laughing at you, I'm laughing at you too. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, have a good weekend. Thank you for checking in. All right, about 5 before the hour. All right, for some months, we've been talking about what is called the DRIVE Act that was introduced. I think it's still in committee. That's the legislation to prevent the FMCSA from being able to implement any sort of a mandated speed limiter or governor set at a certain speed for trucks. It's pretty much almost identical, another effort to prevent the FMCSA from creating that regulation requiring speed limiters. On Wednesday of this week, the House Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee advanced their appropriations bill for fiscal year 2024 through a voice vote. That appropriations bill includes the provision that stops the FMCSA from using funding toward the speed limiter rulemaking. And I quote, "None of the funds appropriated or otherwise made available by this act or any other act may be used to promulgate any rule or regulation that require vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of more than 26,000 pounds operating in interstate commerce to be equipped with a speed limiting device set to a maximum speed." According to the text of the bill, Jay Grimes, is OOIDA's Director of Federal Affairs, said this provision is another avenue to fight speed limiters on heavy-duty trucks. Now, typically, some form of transportation appropriations bill is enacted every year, and this is just another legislative opportunity to prevent the FMCSA from advancing any type of harmful speed limiter mandate. I know there are, that's pretty much the government's job, passing funding bills, but more often than not in recent years, it's always come down time and time again to a massive omnibus spending bill. So we'll see where it goes, but there you're up to date.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A brutal heat wave is roasting much of the southern U.S. Heat warnings and advisories are in effect for 113 million Americans. In El Paso and Miami, the highs have been over 100 degrees for nearly a month. The Secret Service says it was unable to identify a suspect in its investigation into cocaine that was found at the White House.
The investigation into the discovery of cocaine at the White House has come to a close, with the Secret Service saying they were unable to identify a suspect. Despite examining numerous individuals who entered through the West Executive Avenue entrance, the law enforcement agency could not pinpoint a person of interest. Extensive testing yielded no significant DNA or fingerprint evidence, and a thorough review of surveillance camera footage did not provide any leads. I'm John Schaefer.
The governor of Vermont has visited the areas of his state hardest hit by flooding. Phil Scott came away shocked by how widespread the flooding was. Officials say there have been over 200 flood rescues and 100 more evacuations in Vermont, but no deaths have been directly linked to the floods. President Biden says he's serious about pursuing a prisoner exchange for a Wall Street Journal reporter from New Jersey. Lisa Taylor has more.
Evan Gershkovich has been detained in Russia for more than 100 days, and the Kremlin previously said it was open to exchanging prisoners. Biden made his most recent comments while speaking at a news conference in Finland, saying the process is already underway. Gershkovich was arrested on espionage charges while on a trip to report, but he has denied those allegations.
Hollywood actors and writers are now on strike at the same time for the first time since 1960. The union representing 160,000 actors announced the decision this afternoon, 2.5 months after the writers walked out. This is the biggest entertainment shutdown in over 40 years. This is USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
Weekly jobless claims are down. The Labor Department says initial jobless claims for the week ending July 8th totaled 237,000. That's down from the previous week's 249,000. Analysts had been expecting today's number to come in right around 250,000. Startling new data is setting off alarms at TSA checkpoints across the country. More than 3,200 guns have been found during the passenger screenings so far this year.
Every year, it just seems to grow along with the number of travelers that we're seeing. People need to be aware of the regulations.
Patty Manchett with the TSA says you're still banned from packing heat in a carry-on bag, even in states with open carry laws. She says the vast majority of the guns they find are loaded. Iowa's new abortion ban is facing legal challenges. Abortion providers and the ACLU of Iowa filed lawsuits to stop the legislation which would ban most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Republican Governor Kim Reynolds is set to sign the bill into law tomorrow. Elon Musk is announcing a new AI company after months of teasing an alternative to ChatGPT. Musk says xAI will work to understand the true nature of the universe. He expects to give a very detailed explanation on the company coming up on Friday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, call it a Friday. 14th day of July, mid-month here. So let's see. Shorty shares on this date, 14th of July, 1968. Hank Aaron hits his 500th career home run. Also on this date, Billy the Kid, shot and killed by Pat Garrett outside Fort Sumter. Yeah, we're going all the way back to 1881. Billy the Kid, there you go. On this date, NASA's New Horizons probe performs its first flyby of Pluto, thus completing its initial survey of the solar system. Not been that long ago. That was July the 14th of 2015. It's a few short years ago. What else we got? On this date, the United States government admits the existence of Area 51. Now, when do you think that was? It was July the 14th of 2003. So yes, this date, just a mere 20 years ago, the U.S. government finally admitting, yes, yeah, there is indeed an Area 51. Now, what they've got, what they do, that's still a secret. There you go. Several events on this date. Years gone by. 5-7 checks on July 14th of 2023. Hey there.
Good morning. Yeah, when that driver was saying he had to stop, use the restroom, you were either opening a pack of cigarettes or a candy, a cellophane wrapper, or whatever. It sounded like you was in there peeing on the concrete, brother. Radio, the theater of the air. What do you know?
I was I was in the process of opening a peppermint patty, a York peppermint patty.
There you go. Oh, yeah, I remember those. Okay, we don't know who brought the illegal substance into the White House, right?
Correct.
All right, then who got fired? What team got fired? I mean, is there any accountability at all in any of this stuff? I mean, Lieutenant Bryan shot and murdered Ashley Babbitt, so-called a protester, because she wasn't in my book, she wasn't an invader. I mean, she owned that house. She owned that house as much as any other American. She's born American, an Air Force veteran. She owned that house, so she was shot and killed in her own house. And, no accountability. Is there anything the Bidens and the Democrats are doing now? Is there any part of this, of our society, that they're not turning, or just totally corrupting? That's just disturbing all the way around. The other thing is, I'm a little sad I haven't heard more about what Christopher Wray said the day before yesterday. He said, the FBI, we did nothing to stir up trouble on the January 6th. Okay, to me, that was him admitting that he had assets there on the ground. Okay, if you had assets on the ground and they did nothing to stir it up, can you give us reports on what your people were doing to keep it from happening? Did they rush out there and guard the doors and the windows to the Capitol to keep it from being bridged? I mean, he finally took responsibility, and now it's time to call him in. There's all kinds of stuff, like why on everything on the 6th, the FBI had to delete all their text messages. One even, I believe it was Dan Bongino. One FBI agent was even concerned over his text message to his supervisor, and he was wanting to make sure it was deleted. I guess it'd be incriminating to him, would you think? Of course, I guess the story on that one is they claim that they had already pre-planned changing the service, and they were deleting them all. Yeah, on the 6th, all that should have been considered a crime evidence. So there you go. It's just the whistleblowers are proving them wrong. Hey, listen, we may not get what we think we should be getting, but there's reputations that are getting out there, and they're looking like a bunch of fools. And they may even think, they're getting away with this. We don't know where the cocaine come from, but the American people ain't fools.
Hey, did you hear your boy Ray Epps is going to be, here we are 2+ years after the January 6th, and apparently he's going to be facing charges all of a sudden?
There you go. And let's remember something. I heard a guy, a former FBI agent, saying, yeah, you got deniability that the FBI was actually on the grounds or doing anything. But the FBI can and does hire contractors that will do this stuff, outside to keep them from being involved, if you want to look at it that way. Well, Steve, I got to jump out, and I'm on the scale. I got to go, brother.
All right,
enjoy
have a good
the
night.
show.
Thank you much, and I'll give you the rest of the story here on Ray Epps. This is the figure that's been in the news, yes, literally for years. He was out there. Even on the day of. Why did he never face charges for instigating some of those events? Now, this is a guy that then Fox News host Tucker Carlson spent a lot of time showing the video and the audio of Ray Epps' comments there at the Capitol. Apparently now, Ray Epps, the shadowy figure, multiple theories concerning the Capitol incursion, says he has indeed been charged by the Department of Justice. More than 2 years after the events. Now, with all these individuals, many of whom just kind of waltzed in through the open doors, why did it take this length of time to charge a character that was front and center, again, on camera, on tape, The claim is contained in the defamation lawsuit. He's actually suing Tucker Carlson. A defamation lawsuit. Epps is blaming Tucker Carlson for having the spotlight thrust on him, leading to threats from Trump supporters and eventually now charges against him. We all know he was a highly visible figure, multiple videos from that day. Now, Epps was originally among those pictured on an FBI wanted notice in the days immediately after, but for some reason he was removed from the list in July of 21. That's when the speculation ran rampant that because he was not charged, he was probably one of those federal agents whipping up the emotion of protesters. Now, I did a 60 Minutes interview back in April, said he has cooperated with the FBI and told his story. But at that time, he had not been charged with any crime. The lawsuit said everything soon changed, though. It was May of this year, the Department of Justice apparently notified Epps that they would seek to charge him criminally 2.5 years later. The relentless attacks by Fox News and Mr. Carlson and the resulting political pressure resulted likely in those criminal charges. So says the lawsuit. The lawsuit did not say what those charges would be. As of yesterday, Epps was not listed in those charged in federal court in D.C. related to the incursion. It's difficult to believe the Department of Justice would have pursued this matter if Fox News had not focused their lies on Epps, says the lawsuit. Epps was not a federal agent. He was a loyal Fox viewer and Trump supporter. Had the Department of Justice charged Epps in 21, Mr. Carlson would have hailed Epps as a hero, they're saying. Instead, Fox and Carlson made Epps the central figure in a lie that they concocted about that date. After destroying his reputation and livelihood, Fox will move on to the next story. While Ray and Robin live in a 350-square-foot RV and face harassment and true harm. This is all from the lawsuit. Wednesday, when Christopher Wray, speaking to the Judiciary Committee, said he had no knowledge of Epps being a, quote, secret government agent. I will say this notion that somehow the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and agents is ludicrous. Epps also came up when Republican Troy Nehls of Texas was questioning Wray, noting that there was very little difference between the actions of Epps and all the others that were arrested. Look into the camera, sir, when you answer my next question. He said, are you going to arrest Mr. Epps? Yes or no? To which Ray said, I'm not going to engage here in a discussion about individual people who are or not going to be prosecuted. Yeah, you can see him, I think, almost inciting a riot, Nehls said. There's a lot of cloud over this. My point is this, says Nehls. You arrested a lot of folks for unlawful activity. You just saw the video, and I will tell you, Mr. Ray, if you don't arrest Mr. Epps, there's a reason behind it. I believe you know what it is. And it appears to me you're protecting this guy. I strongly recommend you get your house back in order. So, is he? Will he? Will he become maybe the internal fall guy for the FBI? And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to your calls here on a Friday. Yeah, the anonymous hippopotamus. What you got?
You ready for the rebuttal?
Ready for the rebuttal?
Yeah, here we go. So anyways, to Carl, I believe it was, who gets trip pay and doesn't think it's percentage pay. So his company sends him out with a load that they decide they get paid $900 for. They decide they're paying him $270 for the trip. Then they have him bobtail from that point to his next load, and they figure that's going to cost to operate the truck, pay the driver, pay the unemployment insurance, pay the driver taxes, pay the maintenance, fuel.
Right, the complicated formula. He referenced a complicated formula.
It is. So that's going to cost, to have him bobtail that truck, is going to cost the company $500. But they're going to pay him $150 to do it. So then he takes his next load, which they charge a rate of $1,000, and they pay him $300 to do it. So he got $300 for $1,000. He got $150 for $500, and then he got $270 for the other $900 in the very beginning. That all equals 30%, Your Honor. He's making 30%. So everything is a formula, and it all works out. And no matter what your pay ends up, you are getting a percentage of the revenue generated by the truck. Whether you're paid by the hour, whether you're paid in peanuts, no matter what you're paid by, you're getting a percentage of whatever the revenue is that comes into the company for the work that's being done. So everybody is really on percentage. Now what your percentage is, that's a whole nother story. Now he's thinking I'm getting paid different percentages for different loads, which I don't. I get paid a percentage, 1% all year long for all the work that's done. All the work that my truck does, I get the same percentage. So if my load pays $1,000 and I'm getting 30%, then I get $300. Now he is absolutely right. If I get that load done in 10 hours, I make more money per hour than if it takes me 12 hours to do it. So
it's my benefit to get done as soon as I can, as quick as I can, because then that allows me to also go out and do more work because I get done quicker. I can take my 10-hour break and I can be back to work quicker. So, yeah, he's right in that factor. And if you remember a couple of years ago, I sat in a snowstorm down there that shut down I-95 in Virginia for a day and a half, and I was shut down for 4 hours in snow. I didn't get any extra compensation for that. That was all, my time sitting. So yeah, I do, I do have to get, I don't get any
from
extra
time
pay
to
for
time.
stuff
You
like
have to
that.
give up. Oh, yeah, you work for nothing.
Well, is it that, or is it just you take the good with the bad? I mean, but I get loads that pay me extremely well. So the average at the end of the year for me benefits me to work exactly the way I am, and it everything everybody's talking about is a pay cut to me. So but don't let him fool you. He is getting paid percentage no matter what it is. If they're figuring out the rates to give him money to do a trip job, they're knowing how much it costs to operate their truck per week, and they divide it all out, and they say, here's how much you get for this trip because it should take this long. Here's how much you get for this trip because it should take that long, and it's all percentage. It's all percentage of revenue. They're not going to pay you. They're not going to pay you 90% on one thing for bobtailing a truck, even though it looks like they're not generating revenue. Just like the UPS isn't delivering boxes for free, they're getting compensated for that truck moving down the road by a load paying them the other way. So it's not like he's, they're not getting paid for bobtailing and he's getting, big money for them when they're not getting paid. They're just making it up at a different spot and coding it over. So anyway, I don't know. It's apparently we can't get this straight. But I don't know. Maybe
the
Q-Ball
debate.
needs to call back in and straighten it out.
Debate, right? Yeah.
It is, but the thing is that if you live in an area where the only jobs are available are what you have, and you can't travel to a different job, or you can't afford to go to a different job, and you feel you're happy at that job, or the grass isn't any greener, because there's a lot of jobs out there that if you jump ship, the grass is no greener.
It may not be, yeah. Hey, news break time.
USA News Update. A brutal heat wave is roasting much of the southern U.S. Heat warnings and advisories are in effect for 113 million Americans. In El Paso and Miami, the highs have been over 100 degrees for nearly a month. The Secret Service says it was unable to identify a suspect in its investigation into cocaine that was found at the White House.
The investigation into the discovery of cocaine at the White House has come to a close, with the Secret Service saying they were unable to identify a suspect. Despite examining numerous individuals who entered through the West Executive Avenue entrance, the law enforcement agency could not pinpoint a person of interest.
Hollywood actors and writers are now on strike at the same time for the first time since 1960. The union representing 160,000 actors announced the decision this afternoon, 2.5 months after the writers walked out. Dave Collins, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science. science fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at transparentlabs.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to Christopher Wray testifying there before the committee earlier this week. Yeah, we learned absolutely nothing. And in response, Ted Cruz pretty much hit back hard. He said the United States is witnessing the most partisan and politicized FBI and Department of Justice this country's ever seen. After listening to Christopher Wray's testimony. Christopher Wray has been unwilling to take on the hardcore partisans who burrowed into senior career positions at the FBI. They're stonewalling to protect Joe Biden. They're stonewalling to stop the investigation into the mounting evidence of corruption and into the allegations that Joe received $5 million bribe from a foreign national. Of course, Republican Judiciary Committee Wednesday grilling Wray for several hours over accusations that the agency is politicized, telling him that the American people have lost faith as a result, which they have. Of Cruz said the FBI has continued to refuse to hand over documents they have about Biden, and they're refusing to answer questions on the matter. Shamefully, we now have not one but two IRS whistleblowers that have come forward alleging the Attorney General of the United States lied under oath to Congress, to me actually, in the Senate Judiciary Committee, when he insisted there was no interference in the Hunter Biden investigation. Now, these whistleblowers have also alleged Attorney General Merrick Garland has committed obstruction of justice. He's repeatedly called on the Department of Justice to appoint a special counsel to investigate Garland and whether he's committed multiple felonies, including lying under oath and obstruction of justice. He added that the arrogance of the FBI and the DOJ started to grow back under former President Obama when they were weaponized to target conservatives and go after his political enemies. Now, when Trump was elected, the partisans who were already in the law enforcement agencies for years burrowed into senior career positions. For 4 years, they waged war on Trump. They hate Donald Trump. They did not want him to be president. They waged war on him. And Christopher Wray is unwilling to rein in the partisans. And now with Biden in office, the partisans, they're not hiding anymore. They're no longer in the shadows or the dark. They're out there in the open. They're actually so brazen they will not answer a straight question. Did we expect to learn anything further from Christopher Wray? I didn't expect. Is that a rubber duck?
Yeah, but we don't have fingerprints because we're rubber and we're a duck. And apparently no DNA either.
Rubber ducks don't have fingerprints. That's probably true.
Unless, actually, well, the fingerprint of the person that ducked your Jeep. You know, because they grabbed the duck and they put it on your Jeep. So there's a fingerprint on that. But so when we used to deliver mums to the White House in a Volvo box truck, quite frequently back in the day, they found all my missing toll receipts and stuff that would blow behind my seat when they searched my truck. So there's just no way that they don't know who this is. And I would actually have some respect for this man that calls him the president if he stepped up and said, those were my son's drugs. He has a problem, and we're going to get him some help. Instead of denying that there's an issue. So if you just wanted to prove to us you had one ball and Jill didn't have them both in her purse, step up and tell the truth. That's all. I don't think that's hard to ask.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't see the aurora borealises, I guess, up here. I woke up a little bit ago to look, and it's just kind of hazy. You can see the stars, but it's just nothing really different out here tonight.
Let's see. I don't think that. Remember, they were saying that one model was saying that the geomagnetic storm would occur, and the other said, not. According to space weather, there's still a geomagnetic storm watch for today, but it hadn't happened yet.
Well, back in the day, that used to make all the two-way radios not work. I remember those when we were running tow trucks and on the low megahertz radios, and we would get sun spotted out back in the day. I remember that. So I guess we're back on mileage pay versus commission pay versus hourly pay again, huh? If you're getting paid by the mile, you're going to maximize your miles every mile you can drive. So your drive is to make as many miles as you can make. If you get paid by commission, your idea is to make the company as much money as you can make because you're going to get a percentage of it.
Piece of it, yeah.
If you get paid by the hour, well, you work your hours. I get that. I do the same thing horse feathers has. I have runs that pay me great. From up here down to Fort Wayne and back, if everything goes right, can be less than an 8-hour day. It pays almost $300, but it can be it's an 12-hour day. The runs down to Columbus, they used to pay over $400, and you could turn it and be back legally home on an E-log, not speeding, not doing nothing, and make $400 a day. The runs aren't there no more. It's taken me 2 days to do what I did in a day because of all the stops I have to make and the extra time and extra paperwork now. I don't get compensated anymore, and that's been a sticking point between me and my boss until I sat down and I thought about things too. It's everybody is getting a part of a formula. No matter if I quit everything and went to work at Rural King, they're going to pay me, $15 an hour because that's their percentage of their labor. So, and I think we have become a no horn zone for trains in our town.
Really?
So the mayor's been trying for 3 years. And the last train that came through, I heard 8 blasts coming east. And my house is the first crossing at the city-county line coming in, and I did not hear the train the rest of the way through the city. So maybe that's a little bit of peace and quiet. It's nice, but I wish I'd seen the Northern Lights. I saw them very faintly one time, probably 2016, when we were up in headed to Montana, and running up through there and up on Highway 6. We'd come up out of Utah, and I'd cut across, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. That's about all I've got.
In my lifetime, yet to see the Aurora Borealis. There was one event here. I don't know how many years ago it's been, but some of us thought we were seeing it. It was kind of just a tad bit of a reddish hue, in the sky, and it was one of those nights when the auroras were supposed to be being seen way down in the country, but we were way too many city lights, too much light pollution. So it was a maybe not. I don't know. I've never seen the green hues dancing across the sky, though. See what's happening with Gilligan on board.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I'm driving up old 220 here eating my Reese cups. Somebody said I weighed 400 pounds. Well, that ain't true. I don't weigh 3 even. Getting there, close to it. Yeah, I've only got to see the Aurora Borealis once in my life. I was a teenager, probably when it happened. It had to be early 80s, I think it was, when I got to see it. They are a little interesting to see. Me being there in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia, boy, it must have been really vivid farther up north. You could really see them there where I was.
Huh.
Do you remember the old tall tale of where the Aurora Borealis and also the Northern Lights come from? You ever hear the tall tale on that?
I can't say that I have. The tall tale.
Yep. Supposedly Paul Bunyan is up there playing in the Great White North with his big blue ball. That's what causes the Northern Lights. You never heard them? Remember the tall tale of Paul Bunyan, how he was able to outdo the steam-powered chainsaw or something like that?
Right.
Well, I'm gonna dispute what somebody else said disagreed with me on last night. Talked about how the Clintons were held accountable, but they was not punished like we thought they should have. Well, the
Correct.
You think about what we've had in this country, 5 impeachment trials, starting with Andrew Jackson and Andrew Johnson back in the 1860s. He was threatening to impeach Nixon, but he resigned before they impeached him. Clinton, Bush, and then Trump, they impeached him twice. There's never been a president removed from office. So when they did not remove him from office, that made pretty much the impeachment null and void.
Right.
Now, the only thing he got was a minor slap on the wrist that removed his law license for 6 months. Was Bill Clinton ever going to practice law again?
Well, yeah, having been president, no, he was set for life, and still, I mean, speaking engagements, I mean, there's no need to ever practice law again.
Exactly. The only thing that was on perjury, which he was impeached for, but for some miraculous reason, all the Democrats in the Senate decided that he was not guilty of perjury. Let's not forget the Whitewater scandal. It was more probably Hillary than it was Bill Clinton, but I'm sure he had a hand in it. Look at the rape of the women in Arkansas down there and all this. Yeah, the 6 months spanning of his law license, you might as well say he never got anything about it. Hillary didn't get anything out of it because it was brought up that she lost the election. That has nothing to do with, some of the crimes she had committed. I mean, it's just amazing the two-tier justice system we got in this country. Look at all the stuff that she had. Yeah, she had classified documents. Did they ever try to prosecute her for that?
Right.
No. But look at how they're trying to prosecute Trump. Look at the whole meddling with the election. They're trying to get Trump on that. She literally got one of the members of I know it, I can't think of it. That actually elects the president. She got one of them to change their vote. If that's not meddling of elections, what is? It's amazing. I mean, am I surprised that they couldn't pinpoint who had the cocaine in the White House? Absolutely not. That's what this country's come to. It's gotten to the point that it's like Nazi Germany. They turned a blind eye to certain things, and they went up against their political opponents full bore. I mean, it's amazing how this country is turned the way it has. I know there's always been a certain amount of that. It's beyond compare in this country, at least. Well, Steve, tell you what, we're thinking on starting something over here at GMA and BMO Enterprises. We got an idea. This cough medicine really selling good.
Oh yeah.
We've already shipped 5 cases to Edgewood, New Mexico over there. So I tell you what, that's our biggest customer. I'm not gonna say who it is, but man, he's really buying that stuff up. I mean, I'm really impressed. Of course, them pond umbrellas are selling like hotcakes in a desert of places. But we're thinking on opening a betting bid of when Beetlejuice is actually going to blow off.
Okay.
Take whatever time you want. We've got this figured out. I'm gonna let the secret out there. This is not an open mic. There's nobody, right? This is just me and you, right?
Oh, yes, yeah. Top secret.
Okay, all right. Okay, 10,000 to 1 odds. You pick the time and date when it's going to happen. Okay? Now, how far is Beetlejuice away from us? It's like 1,000 light years or something.
640 something light years, yes. And I think did you lose yourself there? I was thinking the same thing. Something that is a light year away, that means it takes the light a year to travel that distance. And if an object is 640 light years away, would it not? Am I off in my thinking? It would take 640 years if an explosion occurred, supernova, for that light to reach our visual. Would it not? Okay, it's 9 before the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, of course, anyone who purchases a ticket for Saturday's Powerball drawing is hoping they're going to hit the big one, right? $875 million it's up to now. Of course, anytime you purchase a scratch-off ticket, you're always hoping to hit the big one. Waynesville, North Carolina, lottery officials say a woman didn't have to go far to find herself a winning ticket. Kimberly Coleman hit $200,000 after she bought a $5 scratch-off at the gas station where she works. Planned to share the money with her family and maybe buy a home down the line. Now, of course, a $200,000 win. She claimed her winnings Wednesday, and you take a check home for $142,501 after the taxes. There ain't a whole hell of a lot to go around sharing with the family and having money left to buy a house, no less. She bought the winning ticket at the Quick Pantry, a little convenience store gas station in the Waynesville area, the $5 Carolina jackpot game. Now, she said she purchased the ticket on her day off. Pretty exciting. All right. This Carolina jackpot scratch-off game debuted June of last year. It had initially 6 $200,000 top prizes. According to lottery officials, there is yet one $200,000 ticket yet to be claimed out there somewhere. So just one golden ticket left, as they say. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Well, Steve, Wednesday night, me and old Dingbat, we thought we hit it rich. We had 3 of the numbers, except they're on different lines, though. We had 3 of the numbers, though.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But
you know, I
yeah,
think
freight's
I
got,
think three of the numbers on the same line would have only got you what? Like, was it $5 or $10, something maybe?
something like that.
It
10
ain't
or
much.
15.
It ain't much. Yeah.
No, I don't know if you saw that comment or not earlier. Me and Dingbat had a few discussions there, but we laid off 15 guys tonight on the dock. That's how bad our freight's getting.
So it's really slow, huh?
Yeah, we come into Little Rock and work the dock about 3-4 hours. Right now, I'd be working the dock. They only had 8 trailers tonight coming in to Little Rock. They're turning us around and sending us back.
Now, do you think is this companies that are moving freight somewhere to another carrier for fear of the demise kind of thing, or do you know?
Well, I would take that's a possibility. It wouldn't be out of the question. But right now, if you've noticed, there's no word on any front with the whole union Teamster battle and all of that. I think a lot of the shippers are getting smarter that something may be coming down the line. But right now it's too early to tell. I mean, maybe freight's dying up. I don't know. I know you've got listeners that work for other companies like RML, Saia, etc. I wonder what their freight situation is looking like at their terminals. Because I mean, I did that interview today with that gentleman. It's $2 more an hour. It gives me a lot more better. It's a lot more better. I mean, yeah, the benefits.
Okay. Well, hold that thought there, because Brian, I hit the news break, top of the hour. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A brutal heat wave roasting much of the southern U.S. in Florida. Record heat is making things difficult for sea life.
When we get near 34, 35 degrees, then you start talking about coral bleaching down in the Keys.
Florida International University's Dr. Todd Kroll predicts fish will start dying and there will be more algae blooms in the Keys. This as the Southwest continues to roast in triple-digit extreme heat. Authorities in Vermont have confirmed the first fatality in the state related to this week's storms and flooding. The 63-year-old man died Wednesday after a drowning accident in his home. The U.S. House is set to vote on a series of amendments to the sweeping defense spending bill. Hardline Republican lawmakers are hoping to use floor amendments to tank Pentagon policies on diversity, climate change, and transgender-related medical services. Senate Democrats are pushing the Justice Department to protect the right of Americans to travel between states for abortions.
They said they're alarmed by efforts in some states to target abortion providers offering care to out-of-state patients. The group requested a briefing later this month from the Justice Department's Reproductive Health Task Force, which was created following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Pittsburgh Tree of Life synagogue shooter is eligible for the death penalty. Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh President Jeff Finkelstein calls the jury's decision a just decision.
The Federation does not have a position on the death penalty, but this was an act of anti-Semitism, and the defendant deserves to answer for his crime.
A grand jury decided Robert Bowers can be sentenced to death. After deliberations, Bowers was convicted last month of killing 11 people in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history in 2018. The Secret Service is closing its investigation into the discovery of cocaine at the White House. They failed to identify a suspect. This is USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at TransparentLabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from TransparentLabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at TransparentLabs.com.
The Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists held a news conference Thursday at its Los Angeles headquarters to announce the union has approved a strike against the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. SAG-AFTRA lead negotiator Duncan Crabtree Ireland says strike begins tonight.
We're not going to take this anymore. You people are crazy. What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
The union wants compensation models restructured to accommodate emerging technology. There's still no sign of escaped prisoner Michael Burham after a week-long hunt for the dangerous fugitive. George Bivens with the Pennsylvania State Police said they're counting on Burham to get tired and sloppy.
If not sloppy, worn out. Part of our strategy is to push him hard, and we are pushing him hard. Anyone who's pushed hard tends to make mistakes.
Officials say the homicide suspect, who is said to have survivalist skills, busted out of a Pennsylvania jail through the roof overnight last Thursday. A Southern California city will pay the guardian of a child $300,000 after the 7-year-old was burned by a cup of noodle soup.
The lawsuit filed last year cited negligence at a day camp run by the city. The child bought a cup of noodles and was handed the styrofoam cup filled with boiling water. The cup should be filled with hot water and the noodles allowed to soften. Instead, the staff allegedly filled the cup with water and microwaved the entire thing. The cup spilled on the child, causing severe burns and scarring. I'm Dina Kodiak.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour. Kicking off a Friday. Industry headlines via FreightWaves this past day. The trucking industry is engaged in a concerted lobbying effort that critics say will make it harder for victims of crashes to sue the companies involved and limit the compensation plaintiffs can win. AKA nuclear verdicts. In the past 3 years alone, the industry has helped prompt new laws in 7 states, including Texas and Florida, which rank among the highest in the nation for fatal truck crashes. The industry says these new laws will help curb frivolous lawsuits and excessive payouts. Of course, the safety advocates say this is actually going to shield the trucking companies from legitimate liability after crashes and disincentivize those companies from working to prevent crashes in the first place. Now, the new laws says fatal truck crashes are on the rise. More than 5,000 people die annually in crashes involving large trucks, up by more than 50% compared with just 10 years ago. America's Frontline Dangerous Trucks, it's a Frontline publication, examined one gruesome kind of truck accident. That's the underride crashes and why they keep happening. After a crash, the best way a survivor can receive compensation for serious injuries or the loss of a loved one is to sue the trucking company and the driver. According to an attorney in Georgia with decades of experience in truck crash litigation. That's because most truckers carrying general freight across state lines are required by law to have $750,000 in liability insurance, but lifetime medical costs after serious crashes can quickly exhaust that amount. Carriers may be ordered to pay more than that figure, but if the company goes bankrupt or doesn't have assets to pay, victims never receive it. Now, that $750,000 was set by Congress 1980. Despite numerous attempts to increase that, it has remained unchanged. Late 2019, one of the industry's most vocal leaders, Chris Spear of the ATA, described crash lawsuits as an all-out assault on the industry in a radio interview. In a speech to ATA members around that time, he announced curbing crash lawsuits is a Tier 1 priority for the organization that vowed to work with state governments and state lobbying groups to pass new laws to do so. And they did say crash lawsuits are becoming more frequent, more expensive, especially when you see the likes of nuclear verdicts, multiple millions of dollars. All right, Iowa, Montana, West Virginia, Louisiana, Missouri have all passed new tort reform laws. They take different forms in each state. Louisiana and West Virginia repealed rules which had prevented defense lawyers from bringing in evidence about whether the plaintiff had been wearing a seatbelt, and a law in Missouri raised the bar for ordering a trucking company to pay punitive damages. Now, Chris Spear with the ATA says while negligent trucking companies should indeed be held accountable, these new tort reform efforts that we've been supporting is looking to restore some balance and fairness to the litigation system. And they're not about reducing liability. But yeah, when you have one incident that ultimately results, I mean, well, we've seen incidents, the most notorious case, the Werner trucking, where the winter driving conditions recall, and a pickup going the opposite direction, loses control, crosses the interstate, ends up hitting the Werner truck head on, who was going the other direction. Werner truck didn't do anything wrong, but ultimately the lawsuit, I believe, was that an $80 million verdict that was ruled against Werner in that case? I believe it was $80 million, because they say, well, technically that truck shouldn't have been on the road in these sort of conditions. Well, what about the guy that was out there in his pickup truck? Yeah, he was in the same conditions. So it's all right. Meanwhile, get back to Brain Dead there. Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, Steve. But now you had a discussion, I think I've heard from the last caller, talking about hourly versus mileage.
Yeah, that's that the topic has come up. And yet the percentage versus pay per load versus mileage, all that discussion's come up again.
Me personally, I prefer getting paid by the hour. I mean, I get paid for everything I do. I don't have to worry about sitting in the dock, 2, 3, 4 hours. Well, I don't sit in the dock anyway for 2, 3, 4 hours, but I don't sit for free. I come in, do my job, and go home. I've done the mileage. I've done the percentage. Just me personally, I would prefer to be paid by the hour.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've got the e-logs these days. It's not like the old days with the paper. And not like with the paper, you could cheat and fudge it. Right now we have all e-logs. We can, the ones that have e-logs like our company, it's not hard to keep track of doing hourly. Every company's totally different. But no, did you see that our twofer this week for Dumbass of the Week?
Yeah, not only a DA award, but a Darwin Award. Yes.
Yeah, imagine that. Well, I wonder what the last thing that he thought of when, well, never mind. It's kind of hard not to figure it out when that with the train hitting him. But other than that, Steve, I'm enjoying my Friday because Monday's my birthday, and I'm taking the night off and spending it with the old dingbat one. So you have a good weekend. We'll catch you on Tuesday.
All right. Enjoy your weekend there. Yeah. Your extended birthday, and happy birthday, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, the DA nominee he sent me, of course, a Florida man, Volusia County, Florida man, seriously injured, and I guess ultimately must have passed away because he said he's also a Darwin Award winner. Deputies say he was hit by a train. Apparently, long story short, he was trying to get a selfie. I guess of the train approaching. All right, I guess the train got a little too close. I'm not sure if he was just right next to the tracks and didn't think the train was going to hit him, but there's your Dumbass of the Week, a Florida man. Eagle back on our final hour. Yes, sir.
Yeah, got a couple more things to say about this Hunter Biden deal. Yeah, Steve. When it comes to the drugs, Joe Biden, Steve, he doesn't realize. I remember a long time ago when I was in high school. There was a guy. He was a privileged kid, rich. He got everything he wanted. His father had a lot of power, so the kid figured he could do anything he wanted to, which is what Biden's son is doing. But I got bad news for Joe Biden, Steve. And it's going to end up real bad for the Biden when it comes to Hunter and some other things, because Hunter, at this point, he seems he's going to start believing that he's above the law. and that he can do anything he wants. And that's when he's going to make a mistake, and that's when he'll be caught red-handed. And what he's up to when we get a real justice system in the White House after the Biden administration comes to a close in 2024, he'll get what's coming to him, Steve. You best believe that. He got away with this deal here with the coke, but I can promise you his future is not very bright, Hunter Biden. Everything this man is doing and has done will be seen under the microscope, and I promise you he ain't going to like the outcome of what's going to happen. So that's why I don't get upset about it no more. I told you that a couple of weeks ago. It's obvious now what's going on in America. But you best believe this, though, Trump. Steve, if Donald Trump family, if the Donald Trump family was in the White House, I bet you the FBI would have figured out whose cocaine was then. If Trump was president, you can count your last dollar on that. I guarantee you they'd have a photograph of the individual. They'd know his address. They know everything about him. If he had any relationship to Trump, you can count on that. But here's one other thing, Steve, that's really disturbing about the whole deal with Biden. You know, this guy here, he had the nerve to say today that the war, that Russia has already lost the war. Now, how he can come up with another bogus statement like that, I can't figure it out. Because he made his own self look like an idiot. If Russia has already lost the war, Mr. Biden, why are you still sending money to Ukraine?
Why are we about to send another $800 million worth? We're going to send them cluster bombs now because they've already lost, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think Joe Biden know the words that come out of his mouth. I think he just ramble on. He just say anything at this point because he can't be that. He can't be, well, I better not say that. But like I said, you know, he made his own self look dumb. But every time he opens his mouth, he puts his foot in it, Steve. And, you know, like I said, with this comment, and he's still continuing to give money to Ukraine, which should come to a stop if we had any kind of justice in America, that all the money would come to a stop because Zelensky is going to continue accepting every dime and dollar. And here's the question that I've been forgetting to ask you about that deal, Steve. I'd like for somebody to ask Mr. Zelensky when he plans on paying that money back, and you see what answer you get. See what answer you get from that guy after the war is over. Since Joe Biden says the war is over, when does Mr. Zelensky plan on paying the U.S. back all that money that they were giving him? And I already know what the answer is. He doesn't plan on giving it back, and he will not give it back. So the U.S. is just screwed. They're just paying for getting involved in unnecessary war. And he gave another thing away. I forgot to tell you that the other day, Steve. He lied. He told so many lies I can't keep up. But he said that we didn't have no men on the ground, and then a couple of days ago they said they had men on the ground already in Ukraine. So we got people already in Ukraine. We're just like I said, we're just one step away, one bad move away from World War III. And guess who's gonna be involved in it? The USA gonna be involved in it because Joe Biden has no idea what's going on. He walks around in the days. So I got bad news for you, Joe Biden, my man. Russia has not lost the war, my friend. You better talk to your people and get some better facts before you say something so stupid. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, the war's over, huh? Didn't realize that. Hey, we return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday, see what's going on with the Tanker Yanker. Hey there.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, the reason I was calling, I was wanting to talk about Biden, but heck, it's like beating a dead horse to talk about that guy.
Yep.
You know, but I just, been sitting here thinking, what America people needs to do, and your dad's always said it, and there's a lot of drivers out here that probably still are not registered to vote. Register and get out there and vote and make sure our votes count to get that man out of this office, and then, maybe then we can all, sit here and, talk about it and everything and actually have something good to say about this country again.
Yep.
I
mean, there is an element out there. I mean, I'd like to think overwhelming majority of our audience here is registered to vote and makes it an effort to vote. But there's still an element out there for some reason that it feels like, my vote don't count anyway. They're going to do whatever they want. Now, when you have things like we saw in 2020, it does, you lose confidence. But, hopefully, with the efforts they're making to restore confidence in the elections, 24, I think may be better.
Yeah. Well, there's another thing that a lot of drivers have got that mentality. They don't want to be in the jury pool.
Yeah.
And, you register to vote, you automatically are in a jury pool. You know what? That's a part of my patriotic duty, too. If I'm called to serve in jury, so be it. But, and that's another, they need to get that mentality out of their system. And like I say, register. There's 300 million of us drivers.
Yeah, like
Something like
3.5 million truck drivers. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that would make a big difference right there if every one of them would vote. Because they're scattered out throughout all the United States. They're not all in one state.
Right. Sure.
But yep. And I want to give a shout out to Brother Rambler and, of course, that old other Tanker Yanker, Horse Feathers.
All right. Well,
can't forget old Lauren Reese out there.
Yeah, world champion bullhog. Well, Tanker Yanker, have a good weekend. Hey, good morning to Steve in Columbus. Friday's here, and we're certainly looking forward to a restful weekend. Everything ready to go. We start the day. Cars packed up. Time to load up, head into town, and get this route over with. Let's all enjoy the day and enjoy the weekend. See what kind of magic we can find in the trash today. What's happening out west, senor?
Oh, good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Just going out of Denver, heading to Bloomington, California, and then from there we're going home after about 7,100 miles in 6.5 days. So we're doing pretty good so far. I've seen the Teamsters and the T-Force come to an agreement. Well, that's good news. I guess now they can concentrate on UPS, get them squared away, and then they can set their eyes on our situation, and hopefully it comes up roses for us too. I don't know. That's going to be interesting to see. So Biden said the war is won then, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
Russia's already lost the war.
Well, I tell you what, if he doesn't give them people there some quotes to, it's kind of like in football. Coaches say, well, your team sucks. Well, that just makes the other team that much madder, and they're going to try that much harder. Bulletin board material, that's what it's called. That old man just needs to shut the hell up, especially in public. It's when he was over there in Europe, he was saying that he had to struggle mightily to keep NATO together. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were having an issue with NATO. Did you hear anything about an issue that we were having with NATO, that they were about to break up or anything like that?
Yeah, I can't say that I have. No.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean that was a couple of days ago, and I meant to mention it the other night, but I didn't call in because I didn't get up till late. But I mean, this man lied so much, and it is amazing how, in a controlled environment, no one saw anything. There's no evidence of anything, and they can't prove who done it. But yet they'll be out in a crowd of people, and they'll start yanking people out because some camera caught a glimpse of their face, and charge them with whatever it is and put them in jail until await their trial. Ain't that amazing? I mean, we've got stuff out in space that can see beyond what we can see. We've got satellites looking down on Earth that can pretty much read off a cigarette label that was thrown on the ground from a cigarette butt. We've got these high-speed airplanes that go around spying on people and just having a crystal clear picture of what was going on where they were photographing it. The issues that we have are bank cameras that ain't very clear. And you would think that in the federal building where the Secret Service is, that has the most up-to-date technological stuff around, they don't know who brought in a bag of cocaine.
Anyone who's been there, done that, like Bongino talked about, there are cameras everywhere in those public areas. But hey, let me pause for a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The summer continues to roast many parts of the U.S. South, including Florida, where the extreme heat's impacting sea life. Florida International University's Dr. Todd Crowell.
When you get temperatures that hot, they physiologically just start breaking down. They can't regulate body temperatures, and there's no oxygen in the water.
Some shallow water of Everglades National Park yesterday sat at 98.1 degrees for more than 2 hours. A pair of IRS whistleblowers claiming the Justice Department slow-walked its investigation into Hunter Biden will publicly testify before Congress next week. IRS investigator Gary Shapley and a second unnamed official will appear before the House Oversight Committee Wednesday. Shapley told lawmakers the president's son received preferential treatment in his tax and gun case. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Want to get the absolute most out of your workouts? Transparent Labs offer the finest pre-workout formulas to help you bulk or get lean and achieve your goals with stimulus-free supplements developed for peak performance. Transparent Labs is the industry-leading all-natural sports nutrition brand. The 100% grass-fed whey protein isolate is the cleanest protein supplement on the market. It tastes great, mixes well, and it's sourced from grass-fed, hormone-free U.S. cattle. All of Transparent Labs supplements are formulated using the most up-to-date scientific research in clinically effective dosages. Right now, get 20% off your first order at transparentlabs.com with code RADIO at checkout. Use a clean supplement to help maximize your results with 100% natural ingredients and zero artificial sweeteners, colors, or flavors. Third-party lab tested for purity and potency. Get 20% off your first order today from transparentlabs.com, code RADIO. Transparent Labs, driven by science, fueled by nature. Enter code RADIO at transparentlabs.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, when we look out west, wildfire season will be here before you know it. We hear about these well-intended burns, prescribed burns as they call them. It's supposed to help prevent larger fires. Sometimes they screw up, though. They're called the orphans. And they've stood side by side in what is now the Calaveras Big Tree State Park. And they've been there for more than 500 years. But fans of the giant sequoias fear one of the towering duo may soon perish after a prescribed burn intended to protect them instead roasted the tree's massive trunks and killed most of their canopies. The burn and the extensive damage inflicted on the beloved sequoias has a lot of angry folks there and fear in this Northern California mountain community where the worry over catastrophic wildfires grown steadily over the last decade. It's also served to kind of undermine local confidence in how the state parks perform these controlled burns. One of the key tools to reduce the severity of wildfires. The serious damage done to these ancient trees was a wake-up call, according to one resident. She and others say that they're outraged by the way the burn was conducted, accusing park officials of failing to adequately prepare the forest before setting the fire. They now say they have little faith in the park's ability to conduct a larger prescribed burn that's planned for later this fall. Now, park officials denied the charges. They say we took all necessary precautions to avoid a mishap. When the burn was conducted, the trees appear to have been weakened by years of drought, making them more susceptible to heat. Now, they've been there for 500 years. It's not the first time they've dealt with drought, right? All right. The park official said it's just the reality of the situation. Sometimes you do lose a small percent of the ecosystem that you're actually trying to protect. But, I guess you've seen some of those mishap-controlled burns out there.
Well, let's see. The Los Alamos National Forest Fire back in '99. Recently, the two fires we had one in Santa Fe, up around Santa Fe, and Las Vegas, New Mexico. One down in the southeast part of the country, of the state. And about a dozen or more in between. Yeah. Steve, anytime you have government involved in any operation, whether it's state, federal, whatever, they wanted to screw it up so bad. Well, it's not our fault. Yeah, it is. If they're worried about the underbrush being so damn bad and having, plenty of fuel for the fire, so to speak, with dead and down trees, well, allow the public who have, fireplaces, a need for wood, or just, folks that can use that wood to build, furniture or something with. Let the public go out there and get it. That would be one. I know you're going to have a bunch of, probably some grass on the ground that's going to be, trash grass. I don't know what else you would call it. But, you're going to have that in any forest environment. Damn. So much to say, and I just can't put it all into words as far as that goes. But, that's another damn story for another time, I guess. But,
Right.
Yeah, very, very discouraging. And those trees have been there for 500 years. Well, it's in the drought season. Yeah, sure. We've never had a drought.
That's my
before
point.
because we weren't
500 years, and we
Yeah.
never had a drought, right? Even one that
Right,
lasted
because
several
we weren't-
years. Sure.
Because we weren't industrialized back then. This is all our fault. Yes, yeah. I'll buy that. And is there a bridge in Arizona I can buy?
Well,
for
if memory
oceanfront
serves, that
property?
means they lived through the Dust Bowl, didn't they?
Well, see, it didn't happen over there. It happened in Oklahoma and Texas and Kansas. So, good night. Yeah, you're right. It's crazy. It's crazy. So, the Aurora Borealis. Yeah, I missed it last night. Well, I was going through Nevada, and the northern that Interstate 80 kind of runs up to the point where you're up against the mountains there, or the mountains are in the view. So I didn't get a real good view of it. And by the time I could, well, the sun was already up. But I do remember a time, I think it was 2016 or 2017, heading east out of Great Falls, Montana, heading to, I guess, a community was called Jamestown with the Load Auto Parts. I had no idea. I thought it was the weirdest thing to see was this green glowing phantasm. I don't know what else to call it. And it took me a while to figure out what it was. And my co-driver was from Billings, Montana. And I figured, well, I didn't think that maybe he might have seen it before. You know, he had just gone to sleep. And I pulled the truck over, and I told him, I says, hey, you might want to get up and take a look at this. And all he could tell me was, shut up, leave me alone, I'm trying to sleep. All right. You know, I figured it might have been something that he would have liked seeing.
Yeah, it could be a once-in-a-lifetime experience, right?
Well, that guy was only interested in making money. He didn't want to make friends. He just wanted to make money, and it wound up being a year later. He wasn't making money nor friends because of his actions and attitudes. So, you know, he going to these dealerships. You know, some of them dealerships are pretty tight, and you actually have to go inside and ask the people if they're there if they can move vehicles around. Because when you're traveling into a dealership with a sleeper, a big sleeper, and you got a 48-foot trailer behind you, you know, you don't have a whole lot of room for error. And the weekend before the July the 4th, he run over one of the brand new Ford pickups that had the aluminum body. And I don't know if they still sell them aluminum body Ford pickups or not, because you just don't hear about it. But I mean, at the time, a brand new truck, you know, $50,000, $60,000, he run it over and said it wasn't his fault. It's a good night. So yeah, he treated women a little harsh. Basically said they shouldn't become bosses. I mean, he had a draconian attitude, and that's basically his attitude with the customers and with women in general, since a lot of them were his bosses and mine. That got him canned. But I mean, you know, he didn't care about anything else. He was just in for himself. And if it benefited him, great. But yeah, he just wasn't interested in seeing Babe, the Blue Ox, and Paul Bunyan up there wrestling, you know, creating all that static up there.
Right.
It's crying shame that there are people that are that way, that they just don't care about anything but them. And Lord knows if they didn't see it, it didn't happen. So, I don't know. So, other than that, no, just cruising around enjoying the cool mountain air over here in the Colorado. Heading to Bloomington, like I said, we're going to be going back, sitting back at the house, enjoying a couple of days off before we go back out here and do it again next week.
It sounds like you're going to be enjoying a hot weekend out west there. Hot. Albuquerque, yeah, it's going to be a scorcher, right? All right, 17 before the hour. And who we got on board there? Not seeing a name.
Well, I'm with you.
Well, Big Ed.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Big Ed?
Done this morning? Well, actually, after I've been listening to you since the last couple of hours, finally got in. Shooting across the middle of Nebraska, headed up to Rapid City, South Dakota, kind of angling northwest. I was hoping I would get to catch some of that Aurora Borealis, but I ain't seeing nothing yet. I guess maybe I'm a little late.
I don't think the geomagnetic storm has occurred. Like, you know, I mean, they were talking about Thursday morning, but there's nothing going on that's The KP index has been quiet for the last 24 hours. So we haven't seen nothing yet.
I'm disappointed. So hopefully before the sun comes up, maybe I get to see something. 'Cause I'm out here in the perfect part of the country and headed straight north towards the Dakotas, and I should be able to see something if it happened.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I ain't like old heat wave. I ain't gifted, that man's loaded. He's gifted. But, serious. And I'm being, at first I kind of was thinking about it, and I thought, Knuckle Buster's running for president, isn't he?
That's the inbred redneck.
Inbred redneck. Sorry, I didn't mean to get him confused. But, and then listening to your callers this morning, Heat Wave, Horse Feathers, Eagle, everybody. And and let me ask you right quick, did you go to college? You got a degree?
No, I don't have a degree. I only made it to about a half a year.
Well, see, I'm like you. I went 1 year of business. And then I thought, it don't take rocket science to make money. And that's what I'm about, making money. It just took, to me, it takes a smart man to make his money work for him. And I'm wondering how many drivers, and I'm talking older drivers out here, that don't have any type of education beyond their high school years. And you would think people like my age, your age, Horse Feathers, even Heat Wave or Eagle, that we could qualify for a life degree from some prestigious school, whether it be in business or any other area that, that we're pretty, what I like to call intelligent drivers. Because you've got some intelligent callers calling in there.
Right.
and so I'm thinking, well, what'd you say it was, Knuckle Buster?
Inbred redneck.
Or inbred redneck. See, my memory, I'm talking about wanting a degree, and my memory keeps fading on me. But I associate that with age. My God, I want him to declare that at a certain age, that truck drivers should be given a master's in business. Now, what do you think?
Masters in business. I mean, there are those that have such a degree that probably don't know a bit more than a truck driver.
Yeah, bingo. It's like, have you ever seen the sequoia trees?
I have not. I know you made a special effort to get out there to see them.
Yes, and took that grumpy Scott with me, and I don't even know if he enjoyed it, but I dang sure did. And that was the second time going out there. Those are magnificent, man. Why would they do something like that? And I'm not even an environmentalist, but yet I can appreciate what that lady or whoever it was you was talking about their comments. That chisels me like nobody's business, Steve. There is no reason for them to try to burn anywhere near those trees. Let Mother Nature take care of that. Now, you need prescribed burns in different parts of California, Colorado, Wyoming. I come to an area of Wyoming where they was here a couple of years ago, big old fires out there, and they've just left burnt trees standing. But, or even up there in Northern California, me and Scott come through an area that was burnt. Yeah, now you could go in there and clean some of that stuff up. But on those
and wherever
somebody needs to be run off.
Yeah, right. You broke up for a second there. You're out there rolling. Maybe he broke up for more than a second. I think Ed's gone. Are you with me? All right. I did see Big Ed. I guess he got hacked on Facebook again. It's like the second, third time in a year. Why is that? All right, get a quick timeout. We'll head down the home stretch on a Friday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, quickly, back at it here. Vic on a Friday. What's going on, Vic?
Oh, not a lot. If I repeat what you've already said tonight, I apologize. But whenever Sundance was talking about his pay scheme, I was thinking about how they messed up the hours of service years ago on that 34-hour break and said you could only do so many within a certain length of time. And I had a system that was worked out that after I left the house, about the second or third day, I was about wore out. Mm-hmm. And they would hang me over for about 34 hours. And so then once I got that, I was good to go, and I was making good money at that. I did have to set about a day and a half, but I got my day's layover.
And I was trying to remember back on that. When they first put that in, somebody mentioned last evening, and I'm thinking back, and they did have there was a period there initially where you had to be like off the road was it from like 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. or midnight to 5 or something like that? The overnight hours.
Well, right. Well, originally it was, it was open. You could do as many resets as you wanted and everything else. And the only thing I could figure out was they weren't writing enough tickets, or fines at the scales for people being out of hours, because if you worked it right, I mean, you could just run and run and run, and you could get in a good rest somewhere into there after, 3 or 4 days being out on the road. Because most guys, I don't know about and women, when you left the house, you'd pretty much worked ever since you'd been there and kind of built up a little bit of a sleep debit and everything. And with me, about the second or third day, I kind of needed a break, and so it worked out pretty good for me. And then they started messing with the hours of service again. I mean, there was a period of time there, every time you turned around, somebody was coming up with different rules for the hours of service. And, they come up with that. You could only do so many 34-hour restarts in a certain length of time. And like you said, then you had to be off the road. That had to include that's what it was. The 34-hour restart had to include some off-duty hours. And then you had to have the rest after so much time. I guess that's still in there, the 30-minute break. And I thought they had a good system, but they kept messing with it. Maybe they got to write more tickets or whatever. But anyway, what I really called about was on this White House cocaine deal.
Yes.
I had an uncle years ago that was part of the Uniformed Secret Service. And I remember I don't know, a little toy kid, 8, 9, 10 years old. And I remember my mom reading a letter to Dad saying that he had gotten a new job there at the White House in which he was inspecting bugs in the flowers. And I thought, how in the world, why would he inspect bugs in the flowers? And I asked them something about that, and they said, well, they're talking about a different type of bug, you know.
Right.
And so anyway, I thought that the protocol at the White House was that the Uniformed Secret Service, I thought they had to do a check after those tours went through and other things. And then I guess you'd call them the plainclothes Secret Service, of an individual that I went to high school with, he became one of those. And they kind of had like a, I don't know, Dan Bongino, I didn't hear his interview, but the way I understood it, they just kind of had like a pool, you know, and they had a certain area that they had to hang out whenever they were technically off duty, but I guess they're really not ever off duty. But the whole thing with that cocaine thing, I thought that they were inspecting all those different little niches all the different times. So they should have some sort of a timeline on that. Maybe they don't do that anymore. I don't know.
They said everyone that goes in, is documented, signed in exactly when they came in, and that's Bongino explained that pretty clear the other day. And individuals who come in, if you have to like put your cell phone in, they call it the cubby hole. You don't put it in there. You hand your phone or your tablet or whatever it is to the Secret Service agent. They put it in the cubby hole. They said if indeed it was in a cubby hole, which I think that was the first story, right? That was ultimately debunked. I think they said it was actually in the library. Yeah, but so nobody handed their smartphone and a dime bag of Coke, and the Secret Service didn't notice and just shoved it in a cubby hole. I think as Pappy said early on, if they come back with no forensics, no fingerprints, no nothing, no suspect, that pretty much tells you the tale right there. You know who it is, and we just ain't going to say nothing. All right, looky there. We close things out on a Friday morning. Thank you so much, and have a great weekend. Be safe out there. For our friends deep in the South, stay cool. See you back at the midnight hour Sunday night. We'll do it all over again.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.